100%, 100%. Looking good battery talking to you so much. My phone feeling warm. What's going on? What's going on? Temperature rising. My phone getting warmer by the minute. I think it's smoking. Where's the ice? Should I put my phone in a bag of rice to bring it back to life? I got my charger. I got my charger. 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 Charger, charger, charger. Ooh, charger, charger, charger. Ooh, charger, charger, charger. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
The bitch is there. I'm trying to get my coochie stretch. I'm trying to get my coochie stretch. You guys, hello. I see I got 3 people watching. Hi, you guys. How are you doing? Let me turn my chat. Let me see who's in my chat. Oh, hi, Soup Bone. How are you? Long time no see. You know what? Do you? Interesting. I was wondering, like, why you didn't have a wrench. Let me see something. Do you? Okay. Oh, you do have a wrench. Okay, I was just looking on my other thing. Okay, so you guys, I got a live for you today. I mean, I just keep getting comments under my videos, right? From Princella's folks. So I said, hey, and not only from her, but I'm getting comments from other people that that feel what I'm saying and that are saying, hey, they got their opinion too. They like what I'm doing. They understand. They agree. They can see things not the same way I see them, but they see things in their own way and they understand what I'm saying. And that's what's most important to me. I'm here, for my subscribers and for those who watch my videos, who subscribe and comment, whether it's good or bad, whether they agree or disagree. So I want to first thank everybody for doing so. Now, when you have a self-purported leader and you have someone that has just made a quick and drastic change in the minds of a people, meaning women, and it sort of like, I would agree, it woke a lot of women up. It changed a lot of women's perspectives on men. However, what it didn't do was it didn't allow for the women to address their faults and their accountability in each and every individual situation that they were dealing with. Now, we all know that for a long time, Black women have been deemed the leaders of the Black community. right? For several reasons. Number one, there was a known attack on Black men, their image, their economic status, their family status, which caused them to be left out in the cold, right? I'm never going to forget that. You always have to revert back to that because it's an issue. And how you begin, we're basically in the middle and we're nowhere near the end. Men just have to also wake up and realize the positions that they're in, right? So with that being said, there's this big thing that patriarchy is the issue and patriarchy is the problem. It used to be a matriarchy and women used to be running things and in control, this, that, and the third. Okay, well, one should ask themselves, bitch, why you not in control no more? Right? What happened? What happened with your faulty leadership that caused men to change the dynamics of who was running things? What were you doing, ladies? Um, Me being a woman myself, coming from childhood to um, maidenhood to womanhood, right, and almost to crone status, you have to say, well, ladies, what were you doing that was so wrong that men said, okay, we need to take this society out of your hands and we need to put it in the hands of men and we need to get this ball rolling. I would imagine, number one, hey, the population is growing, more men are here. um if we have women that are running the society, other men that are coming from other parts of the world are going to deem us as weak. We have to stand. We can't let women make decisions on how we're going to fight men, so we need to take over. That's one perspective. Another perspective is women are catty, bratty, conniving, and they use their bodies to get what they want. They fight amongst each other. Women have always competed against each other regarding weight, beauty, old, young, right? Long hair, short hair, nappy hair, straight hair, wavy hair, right? A lot of bullshit going on. They like to fight, pull hair, you know what I'm saying, embarrass each other, do all types of things. A lot of these things go on. That's another perspective. So you can't have a bunch of women running a society who are competing for each other or with each other. Women compete against men. Patriarchy didn't cause a woman to compete against another woman, right? If it's a man out there, he's fine. Women are going to compete. No, he wants me. No, he wants me. Okay, well, I got him. Well, I slept with him last night. Okay, well, I had him last week. The patriarchy, that no. Women are their own persons. They have their own thoughts, ideas, sexual natures, right? So why are we sitting here blaming patriarchy for everything that's going wrong with women? If you had it so together and you were so in control back then, the only difference would be that men are now running things and you still have the right and the freedom to congregate and to do your thing. So ladies, what happened? What happened? And so I don't accept, well, what had happened was, um we used to be in control and then men took over, and then because they are predators, and because they just wanted to have access to all kind of women. I'm not buying none of that, right? As a country, we already look weak because of the way it's run, because of the massive amount of things we allow to happen, right? China's different, Russia's different. They got their men standing 10 toes down, and they not having none of that. They're not having none of the stuff that we are having in the United States. So I was just I don't know, something about, I was on YouTube, and I was looking at YouTube shorts, and the issue of GMO foods came into play from a short video, and it said Vladimir Putin has banned all GMO foods, right? You can't, we not doing none of that GMO food. And I was saying to myself, And they said that Vladimir Putin was even giving people land and paying them to grow natural foods, right? So I said, right? So when I looked up GMO foods, we always hear GMO, 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 GMO. And when I looked it up and found out that GMO food is basically created from pesticides, it's like, oh, well, damn, we're eating pesticides. So the GMO foods that's being made with pesticide is so that they don't have to spray the food. I was like, But then they say, okay, most of that food is given to the animals, right? The chickens, the cows, pigs, or whatever. And it doesn't absorb in the animal. We can still eat the animal and all this kind of this, that, and the third. And I said, well, damn, you know, what the fuck is going on? Right? So a lot of the things that we are doing is frowned upon in other countries, right? So anyway, with that being said, I'm just basically saying that why did men feel that they needed to take over if we were in a matriarchy and now it's patriarchy? Last time I checked, right? Yes, women couldn't vote. Yes, women couldn't own property. Yes, women couldn't have bank accounts. Women couldn't do any of these things without a man, right? Now moving forward, we can. So now what's the problem? You would say, why can't you get your minds together, ladies? What is the problem? Like, what are you doing? Why are you just blaming everything on patriarchy? Every time I hear this woman speak, she's blaming it on men. Women have to take some accountability, and they hold a huge amount of accountability in the way things are going today in society. So that was another thing I needed to do. Hold on a second, you guys. I needed to look up something. So while I'm doing this, I was looking at one of one of Princella's lives, and I'm gonna keep saying her name. I mean, we did Kevin Samuels the same way. We do all these YouTubers the same exact way, right? When we don't like something they said, we don't like a direction that we're going into. Okay, that's when we put the hammer down, and we have to say, "Hey, listen, you got a one-sided view. You're not taking into account a number of things because every action has a reaction. And in my perspective, the way men are acting, it's reactive. They're reacting to what is happening to them. And then another thing that Miss Princella is doing is she is putting a blanket over all men, right? In one aspect, you can put a blanket over all men on some of the things that she speaks on. But the reason she's doing that is so that we can't now take into account of what has happened to a certain group of males, meaning black men. If you put a blanket over every man, and you say men in general are like this, blah blah blah, this and blah 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 that, it allows no room for separation to do a to look at men by groups, because all men of all races, they go through different things in their groups. And we all know that Black men have gone through some of the worst things that brings them to where they are today. But if you use that blanket, you won't be able to look at that, right? Black men are the ones that are in the most distress. Black men have been the ones that have been basically trained to be the way they are based on the circumstances that they were given and the systems and processes that were put in place to keep them down, right? So, yes, we can say all men have this type of behavior. But then we have to separate it to say, okay, well, why are they behaving the way they are? Because different things can make all men respond in the same way, right? If you starve a black man, or if you starve any man, and you don't give him any money, you don't give him any food, it's going to cause him to go steal, right? Or it's going to cause him to go rob somebody, right? But sometimes you have it to where if you give this group of men resources and you just give this group resources but no money, you'll have this one group that is just stealing for the fun of it, and then you'll have one group that's robbing for money, but it's not food that they need. So you have to look at it in terms of, why is this group of men doing what they're doing, based on the circumstances and the cards that they have been dealt. So that's one thing that I solely disagree with her on. You can't put a blanket. Don't put the blanket over Black men. You could put that blanket over these other men who are flourishing in resources and finances and jobs and women, and the freedom to do whatever the hell it is they want to do. You can't put that blanket over Black men, because their adversities are entirely different than everyone else's. So miss me with that bullshit. Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna pull up this. I'm gonna pull up this video I was looking at. I kind of recorded a lot of it, because Miss Princella, she comes on and she acts like she has just been not this perfect angel, but she has this victim mentality. They would say, oh, it's not a victim mentality. Oh, it's just, she's been through a lot and these men have hurt her and she's the X, Y, and Z. Show me a woman that hasn't been through some of the same shit that she's had, even worse and on a different level. Right? Show me a woman that hasn't gone through something. Okay? But a lot of times we have to look at our roles in it. Now, the Bible, one of her people came on my comments and was like, don't use the Bible or this, that, and the third. I was like, honey, you're a demon. Please leave my site. But the Bible says that when you turn 13, then you become accountable for your actions, right? And I didn't say that's what the Bible said. So anything below 13, hey, that's your parents' responsibility. A lot of the things that are going on with your 13 to 18-year-old, yes, it's still your responsibility, but they are supposed to have some thinking faculties if you raise them right from 0 to 12. They should have, or 0 to 13, they should have some good thinking faculties, right? A lot of them don't, because they mama's been trying to get their coochie scratched for the past 12, 13 years. Anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I pulled this up and we're just going to listen. I'm going to give my commentary, because this broad thing, she is so slick. She thinks she is so slick. And in my opinion, and from where I'm sitting, she had this woman come on to give her story, right? Which I feel I feel some type of way about her story. I feel for her, but we also have to look at what's really being said and what was really done and what was really not done, right? See, you have a bunch of females that are in kumbaya mode and they are dismissing all accountability for their actions in their individual lives. Well, I don't do that, right? I'm a listen, like I said, I don't join pity parties. I'm a listen, but then I'm gonna see it from my own perspective because people don't tell the truth and they only tell half of their stories, right? They only tell what somebody else did, but they didn't tell what they did. However, when you're talking to me, you can say what you want to say. I can see what you did. I can see your parts in it. I can see the antagonistic ways that these women have, and then they go play the victim. I can see their lack of taking accountability for their actions, their lack of research in the beginning. So when you don't do those things, when you're not proactive, a lot of shit happens to where now you have to be reactive. And then that person is going to react to your reactions and it's just going to keep fireworks after fireworks until a big bomb explodes, right? So anyway, let me go ahead and pull this up and we'll get into it. All right, let me make sure you guys can see what I'm seeing. You can. And all right, here we go.
His last name. All right, well, that's good. Let me go ahead and change that. What's your last name you want to go by? Ford. Ford, F-O-R-D. All right. Thank you, Miss Ford. All right. Thank you so much for accepting my offer to come to the platform so that you can tell your story. I'm a woman's empowerment lady all the way, and I want.
Okay, so she's a woman empowerment lady all the way. That's all fine and dandy. But in my opinion, when you empower someone, you have to first make them see the error of their own ways. You don't start on the errors of somebody else's ways because it clouds and it brings a fog over who you actually are and the role that you played in the situation, right? So, first, look at thyself. First, understand thyself, understand your ways and your behaviors and the way that you are. Then you can see the error of your ways and you can see that this person was only reacting to your behavior, whether it's a lack of a certain behavior you should have had or a behavior you did have.
I want to support my sisters and give you a place where you will feel supported and validated.
Right. So these women are just over there on her platform because they want to be validated. They want somebody to tell them you did nothing wrong. It is all patriarchy's fault that you did X, Y, and Z because patriarchy put it in your mind and programmed you to act in a certain way. And I'm saying to myself, the only time I would even ever have to deal with patriarchy is on my job. But when I come home, this my shit, right? This my man. I'm his woman. What, you know what I'm saying? How are we functioning in here? How are we getting along? What are we doing in here? Despite patriarchy. Okay, he's the man, he's the strong one. If he is one that makes competent decisions, then what's the problem? Right? But then when you have a man that is not making competent decisions, you're supposed to 86 his ass. Right? That is not the man for me. This is not the program that I want to follow. Right? So what happened to that, ladies? What happened to I'm out. I see you later. You're not the one for me. I don't like your program. Right? No, I don't want to be your hoe. No, I don't want to be your bitch. No, I don't do threesomes. No, I don't scam. No, I don't steal. No, I don't rob. If this is a man, the type of man that comes in your house and these are the things that the program that he wants you to follow, and that's not you, you're supposed to be like, goodbye. I don't care how good your penis is. I don't care how much money you have. This is not the program I want to follow. So a woman has to ask herself, what man's program do I want to follow? What type of man's program do I want to follow? Right? And is his program beneficial for me, any future kids, or any kids that I already have? So this is what women aren't doing. They're just having a man. What is it? Betty Wright? She said having a piece of man is better than having no man at all. So a lot of women are willing to take the man because he is a person in a man's body, and dismiss the fact that he may be criminal minded, because she wants the piece of the man that has the penis attached to him, without considering the fact that he also has a criminal mind that's attached to the body and the penis. And then when a bunch of shit takes place and jumps off, now it's all his fault because patriarchy made him do it, which patriarchy made him make me do it. Bullshit.
Thank you, and thank you so much for the invite, because I have been wondering, am I the only woman out here going through this? I feel like I'm alone at times.
Now, let me tell you, the reason she feels she's alone at times is because women are liars. And I'm going to just put it to you like that. Women are liars. When it comes to their relationships and what's going on, you have a lot of women that are liars. Even the women that are in the relationships being abused, they're lying. Oh, he just came in the house and just smacked me across the face for no reason. You're lying. You said something. You didn't have something done when he got home that you were supposed to do because you were doing something else, or because you were just, he got somebody that was just so stupid that you can't help but not do what he says, or you can't help, not following his program because you're just fucking stupid. There's some women like that. Oh, well, honey, I forgot. I was doing so and so. Don't get a woman that's so stupid that she's not going to do what you're supposed to do. What she's supposed to do, or what you wanted her to do. So, women, they're liars, right? Oh my God, he did this and I didn't do nothing. No, in your mind, you didn't do anything, but you don't have a true friend or a true woman that is going to stand up to you and tell you what you did that set him off. And then when you do, what happens? The bitch don't want to be your friend anymore. She don't want to hear the truth. She want to hear lies. She wants you to lie to her, just like she likes it when men lie to her. Tell her the truth. You want me to tell you why he did that? He did that because your attitude was funky. My attitude was funky. I didn't got no, okay. Goodbye. See you later. I ain't got time for it either.
I totally understand. So why don't you run this back? And let's start from the beginning.
Now let me tell y'all something really quick. Let me tell you what I see. Princella wrecked this woman's home, right? Now, this lady is going to tell you, yes, I discovered X, Y, and Z, but I didn't discover that X, Y, and Z was happening to me until you, Princella, came along, right? That is the beginning of this woman's turmoil, true turmoil, right? There were some things that her husband had in his past that he didn't divulge to her. So therefore, she was finding out about these things, as time went on. But it wasn't until Princella entered her life that her life started to go downhill fast. So listen up.
I've had a slight introduction to you. Okay. So for everybody who wants to know, okay, I didn't just meet this woman out of nowhere. I never actually met her face to face, but I have spoken to her on the phone before. And this was about 6 years ago. Okay. So for all of you who want to know, I used to, y'all all should know, I drove trucks. I drove trucks for 6 years. I just recently stopped driving trucks. But I started driving trucks in 2017. And being on the road as a woman, you meet all kind of people, right? You meet all kind of people. And I met a guy. He actually walked up to me. I met this guy. And he's associated with her. And
No, ma'am, he wasn't associated with her. This was this woman's husband. You know how that guy says, my husband. It was her husband. Okay.
approached me on some driving truck stuff, right? And I talked to him.
Ladies, how do men approach you the majority of the time? Or we'll go 50% of the time. If a man is not confident enough to approach you on some romantic stuff, he'll approach you on, let's say, for example, you're in a bookstore and you're looking at a book and he happens to see you. Maybe he saw you even before he entered into the store. And he decided to follow you into the store because he took an interest in you. And so as he pretends that he's in there for a book, he happens to see you on an aisle looking at a book, and he'll, come on that aisle and he'll say, oh, you like reading, huh? And she says, oh yeah, I like reading, huh? How are you? And, then there's the introduction, right? But then we have some men who see you and they say, oh my God, you're looking fabulous today. Do you mind if I get your number and take you out? Do you have a man? They're going to come direct. Some men come indirect and some men come direct. Well, in this situation, this man's MO was to come indirect. So he's going to draw you in on some business type of stuff, when in actuality, it's on some romantic stuff, right? But what women fail to do is they fail to cut the connection once they realize that this man has come in on some business stuff, but now he wants to turn it into romantic, and then you discover he has a wife. A lot of women will say, oh, well, I'm not dealing with anybody else right now, and I may need a little bit of attention. So even though he got a wife, let's just see where it goes. Or I'll just try to keep him at bay with the business stuff. When that's very, very, very hard to do. So anyway, let's continue.
I talked to him about, because I was going over the road at this time. And I talked to him about going into the oil field, and he was talking a lot about the oil field to me and gave me some information.
So listen to this. So did you hear that? She was talking to him about the oil field, and he gave her a lot of information on the oil field. Now, in order for him to do this, what does this require? This requires her to have frequent contact with this man. This is not a one conversation deal. This is an accumulation of conversations that have taken place between Princella and this woman's husband. Right? Homewrecker.
On the oil field and stuff like that. And he actually gave me her information. And so I had her phone number, and somehow I ended up being on the phone with her. I don't think I called.
Now see, this is the bullshit I'm talking about. Somehow I ended up on the phone with her. You know exactly how you ended up on the phone with her. You're trying to disregard the fact that you were keeping in contact with this woman's husband, because see, a lot of times too, a woman, if she's not attracted to you, She don't give a damn what's coming out your mouth. She don't, if she's a straight up woman, she don't give a damn if you're talking about the oil field. She don't give a damn if you're talking about her, how, he can help you make $1 million. She don't give a damn about none of that. I am not interested, sir. Have a nice day. She had some attraction to this man, and this is what caused her to keep in contact with him and to have frequent conversations with this man. And also feel free to call him and to stay in his presence, because there was some type of attraction that she had to this man too, despite the fact that he was married. So I don't want to hear this bullshit that she's talking, oh, the oil field and this, that, and the third. No, she was trying to see what was going on.
I called her directly. We ended up talking in a different way because...
Okay, so she's a damn lie. She said I called her directly and we ended up talking in a different way. But this woman is about to tell the real way they first came in contact. See, what did I tell you? Women are liars. Women are liars. She's trying to hide the fact that she was fucking around with this man, with this woman's husband. Right. And then she oh my God, let's go, because then you're going to see basically how she got busted and then how she tried to clean it up.
The gentleman kind of approached me in a way to kind of flirt with me or whatever. And I remember calling for something, and I think I ended up talking to you.
So she's saying I ended up calling him for something, and I ended up talking to you. Which is it? Did you call her directly, or did you call the man's phone? Like, she's trying to be what she's doing is she's confusing the audience so that they don't pick up on what actually happened. You were calling this woman's husband because you had some sort of attraction to this man too. Whether it be you didn't have a man in your life and you felt you felt okay with being able to have a man to call just in case you need something. Who was that? Who was that who said name one nigga you can call, one nigga, two nigga, three nigga, pimping, that's all? Who was that? I forget who that was. But as a woman, a single woman in society, and you don't have any male backup, you feel okay with giving a man your number. He seems cool. He seems like somebody I can call just in case, I have a flat tire, just in case my car breaks down and I need a ride. This is basically how Princella carried herself. I mean, I see through it all because I'm a woman. I've done the same thing. So what I tell my audience is that when I'm speaking from experience. I'm not just speaking out the side of my neck. I've done that too. There has been plenty of men that I haven't even been attracted to, but didn't have any male backup. So I would give them my number, talk to them, and then they would extend themselves. Hey, call me if you need anything. Call me, what I'm saying? You got a flat tire or whatever, whatever, call me. Okay, cool, I'm gonna do that. And so, you build a friendship off of that, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, I don't like the way she's doing what she's doing. She's trying to make it as if, oh, her husband approached me on some business type of thing. But then she turns around and say, oh, he approached me on some flirting type of thing. So which is it? Which is it? You were a 30-something-year-old woman, or which is it? You know what I'm saying? Come on, be clear, be straight, be direct. Stop beating around the bush and say what it is. And this is the deception in these self-purported leaders. They're deceptive. She's a Decepticon, basically. To me, she's a Decepticon, and I just see through her bullshit.
Right. You called his phone. I was sitting in the truck with him and he was getting some tires replaced. I answered his phone and you said, "Are you Albert's wife?" And I said, "Yes." You said, "You have a dog for a husband."
Okay, so How would you know she has a dog for a husband, Princella, if you weren't in this man's presence and you got to know him? How long did this situation with this woman's husband go on? How long? Um, so you already knew he had a wife because that's what you asked her as soon as she answered the phone, right? Um, you knew basically some other things about him, right? So what she did was when she called the man's phone, she wasn't expecting his wife to answer. So how she cleaned it up was, is this Albert's wife? Yeah. Your husband's a dog, right? To make it seem like, why are you calling his phone telling his wife that he's a dog when you should be calling his wife's phone directly if you want to tell her about her husband? But you cleaned it up because you were calling this woman's husband. You wanted something, right? He was providing a need for you, because we know when Princella has a need, she'll go out and find her a man, just like she went out and found her a man when she needed somebody to help her pay her rent. Right. So Albert was supplying some type of need for Madame Princella, even though she knew he had a wife, and she wasn't willing to cut ties with him, knowing that this man had a wife at home. Right. So she got busted. She called the man's phone. The wife answered. And instead of for her to fucking pretend like she got the wrong number, like a side chick is supposed to do, she had to think quick. And the way to throw the woman off was to say, is this Albert's wife? Oh, your husband's a dog. To make the woman, forget the fact that this a bitch calling my husband's phone. What the fuck does she want? So what she did was she said, oops, I called him at the wrong time. His wife answered the phone. Well, to get myself out of hot water, let her know that I'm going to give her some information about her husband so that she won't jump all over my ass for calling her husband's phone. Because my first instinct would have been like, who the fuck is this? And why the fuck are you calling my husband? What you mean my husband is a dog? How you know my husband is a dog, right? But this woman is not in her womanhood. I don't know what the fuck kind of hood she in, but it damn sure ain't womanhood, and it damn sure ain't wifehood, right? Anytime a woman calls your husband's phone and you pick it up and she's not saying, hello, may I speak to Albert? This is so-and-so from so-and-such company. We have his tires ready, or we have the part that he ordered ready. A wife would be saying, who the fuck is this? Why are you calling my husband's phone? What you mean my husband is a dog? How do you know my husband is a dog? But see, this woman had already found out some information about her husband that we'll hear, which caused her to dismiss the fact that there's a woman calling his husband's phone, because on her mind, she's already in doubt of him and she wants to get more information from about him. So instead of for her to go off on Princella like she should have, she says, okay, I'll go in a different direction, because she had to think quick too. If I cuss this woman out, I'm not going to get the information that I need. So I'm going to keep calm and I'm going to see what this woman has to say. Right? But at the end of the day, what the fuck are you doing calling my husband? And then you're asking me if I'm his wife, so therefore you know he's married. Okay? But let's continue on. I tell you.
And I said, I can't talk to you right now. I said, I got your number here. I said, when I get to a safe place, I'm going to give you a call. Because at the time you contacted me, I was already on to him.
Mm-hmm. So, to make a long story short with that, he texted me to not call him or you again, which I hadn't even talked to you since the last time I talked to you.
But see, you hadn't talked to her since that encounter, right? But you had been talking to her husband all along. And I don't know, somewhere in the back of my mind, for a woman to know that a man has a wife and for her to just freely call his phone, she has to have some idea of when to call, knowing his wife wouldn't be around. But it gets deeper. So she was calling a phone because at this particular time, the wife is not around when she calls, right? So she's calling at a specific time because she knows the damn wife ain't around. So you know what I'm saying? She wrecked this woman's shit. The little stuff that this woman was finding out was old stuff, right? It was old stuff that she didn't know about her husband, which she should have known. It's her fault for not knowing. Because a man is only going to tell you what he wants to tell you to make himself look good. And then sometimes he will allow you to find out things on your own if he knows it's not going to affect the relationship. So a lot of the old shit that she was finding out, it's like, boo, we already married. You know what I'm saying? What you going to do? Because that shit is old. I'm with you now. So what you going to do? Right? And then the woman makes her decision based off of that. But the stuff that is going to make the woman say, no, I don't want to deal with you, he's not going to tell you that. But it is you that needs to do your due diligence to find out about the man that you're sleeping with and the man that you're going to marry. Because if a man is not telling you everything about him, then there's something wrong, right? Or what did he tell you? But anyway, let's continue.
And so I don't know whatever happened between you guys, but I had nothing to do with this guy.
I had nothing to do with this guy. Yes, you did. See, you think that a lot of women think that just because they didn't sleep with a man, that everything was okay. I really didn't do nothing. Well, we didn't go out to dinner or anything, or we didn't have sex or anything, or he's never been to my house, or we never rented a hotel room, or we never kissed, or we never did anything. I never had it. That's a fucking lie. Just by you conversating on the phone with this woman's husband, that is considered a form of infidelity because you know why he on the phone with you. So what happened to the oil business, right? What happened to the oil shit? Did y'all eventually was y'all getting into that? Did he provide you some hardcore information that you were looking into? I mean, because see, a lot of times men will come to you with these as a form of business, right? And then you like him, so you gonna pretend like this is something you want to do, knowing that you know you are incapable of doing it, but you like him, so you want to keep continuing to talk to him as well. So while he thinks he's gaming you, you're also gaming him. And what is she gaming him for? His time and his attention and his conversation, because she was lonely and undesirable to other men, right? Men wasn't falling at her feet like they do some women. So she was like, having a piece of man on the phone was better than having no man at all. I can just conversate with him and just call him when I ain't got nothing to do, or just call him when I'm lonely, when I want somebody to talk to. Or she likes to run her mouth, so she was probably on the phone talking to him, just running her mouth, right? But holding him at bay from the coochie. That's what women do. You understand what I'm saying? That's what women do. And then she want to sit here and say, well, I really didn't have anything to do with him. But, we come to find out that that's a lie. So let's continue.
The only contact with him that I had was him approaching me at the truck stop.
Okay, now you heard that. The only contact I had with him was him approaching me at the truck stop. Bullshit. And that's why, see, you can't follow everybody, right? Especially when they say they're saving you. I'm going to save you from all these predatory men out here. I'm going to save you from patriarchy. I'm going to save you for $9.99 and $499 if you just come to my my seminars or come to my whatever the fuck it is. Just pay me and I'll save you. Okay. Mm-hmm.
That was it. To get your information, the information on this trucking thing, and after I mentioned that to you, that was the end of it.
No, but you got her information. So why were you still dealing with her husband? All you had to do, okay, ma'am, I know a little bit about the oil business. I got my wife. She's X, Y, and Z. She could hook you up. Here's her number. Give her a call. Okay, thank you, sir. I will do that. Goodbye. You have a nice day. Next day, hey, hi, so and so. I got your number from your husband. My name is Princella. I drive trucks, and I had the opportunity to meet with your husband, and he was telling me about, possibly driving for the oil business or something like that. And he said you'd be able to help me, right? So then all of her phone calls to dealing with that couple should have been to that wife on some business shit. But she didn't really want to do that. She wanted this woman's man. She wanted this man's attention. She wanted his time. She wanted his conversation. She wanted to have somebody to be able to call to shoot the breeze with. You gotta listen to what's being said, and you gotta read between the lines, and you gotta blow the clouds away so you can really see what's going on. I see what's going on. So the only time I had contact with him was when I first met him. Okay, well, let's see if that's true.
End of it. I never had no dealings with him. Right.
I know you didn't.
Yeah.
Of course, he tried to put the blame on you, in which I called him on it. He wants to call you all kinds of names and bitches. I said, oh, the only bitch that's around here is you. I said, all these women that you meeting out there, they are not bitches. You the only bitch. You the only hoe.
Now, see, let me tell you something. If a man has not dealt with you on any other level, only had one encounter with you, he would not be able to call you bitches and hoes and this, that, and the third, because I only talked to the girl once. I don't even know her. I just talked to her and gave her your number. That's it. I don't even know her. That's the only thing that would be able to come out of his mouth. I don't know who the bitch is. She just said, I'm trying to get you some more clients to drive the trucks. I gave her your number. And that's all I had to do. I don't know who the bitch is. Now, he might call her a bitch, you know what I'm saying? Because she talked on the phone with his wife and said some bullshit. But I don't know who she is. I don't know what she tell you, right? That wasn't the case. Princella called this woman and said to her, are you Albert's wife? Yeah, your husband is a dog. How would you know this if you did not have the opportunity to get to know her husband? So cut the bullshit about you only talked to him or you only had that one encounter with him. If that's true, then how do you know her husband is a dog? You got to listen. And this woman herself is not even listening. You're talking to your husband about some broad, and he's telling you, fuck the bitch. I don't know who the bitch is. And you jump on the bitch side. No, they all some bitches. I'm your wife and they all bitches. How about that? Right? You're unfaithful from the beginning. Right? You're unfaithful in your thoughts from the beginning. You hop on a bunch of bitches sides that you don't even know, instead of hopping on your husband's side, whether he fucking bitches or not. I'm on my husband's side. Bitch, I don't give a fuck. I don't care where he take you. So what? You supposed and you women don't know how to put on a united front with their husband, right? You never let the other woman know that what she's doing is causing friction in your marriage, right? You don't let her see that. You keep that in private. In front of these women, you're supposed to stand strong with your husband. He's sick of married me. He put a ring on my finger. Where's your ring? Why are you messing with my husband? Go find your own, which is what a lot of these lying hussies do. They're all in your business, all messing around with your husband. Go find your own husband. What's wrong that you can't go find your husband? This man is taken. What is your problem? You got a problem. These women, they got problems, right? Now, unless they don't know that he's married, he's presenting himself as an unmarried man. That's a different story. But as soon as that man tells you he's married, and yes, me and my wife are together. Yes, we live together. Yes, I love her. No, I'm not leaving her. She's supposed to say, okay, peace. I'll see you later. I'm going to try to go find my own husband. But women don't do that. For some reason, women like men that are married. We're going to take a pause here. And I'm going to go. I have this article. I pulled up this article on why women want married men. Right? See, women like Princella, they want a man, but they don't want a man full time. They just want a piece of the man so that they can continue to have their freedom. But they'll take a piece of another woman's man so that they don't have to be held accountable to any of his standards. They can basically go back home and do what they want to do. They can entertain him for a short time and then go back home and do what they want to do. It's not all on the man. Cut it out, right? Cut it out. So why women want married men? Do women really want someone else's husband? In one study, 90% of single women were interested in a man who they thought was taken versus only 59% when they thought he was single. So they're more interested in a man that has a woman or a wife versus a man that's single. Y'all don't want the niggas that don't have no woman and that's free and that wants to get in your life 100%. No, you want 10% of a man so that you can continue to go out and be the hussy that you are, right? Single women may poach married men because they enjoy the thrill or prefer a partner to whom they do not have to be accountable. You don't have to be accountable to somebody else's man, right? Y'all just gonna do y'all do. He gonna go back to his wife. You gonna go back to, your bubble baths and shit and doing whatever the hell you want to do. Mate poachers may try to display qualities a person's current partner lacks, or first offer sex with no strings as a way to attract married men, right? So what Princella is doing, I drive trucks, I'm out here driving trucks like your man is doing. And this is what she's doing that's different from this man's wife. She's driving trucks, right? So this is the benefit that this man gets. He gets to have a woman that's also driving trucks that feels the same way he feels, that's on the road, how he feels. So this is what quality that his wife lacked. She wasn't driving the trucks, right? So yeah. Okay, so 90% of single women were interested in a man who they thought was taken. Don't be fooled by these women at all. All these women saying, oh, he did this, and oh, he did that, and oh, he did. No, bitch, you had a part in it too. Stop playing the victim all the time and making it seem like these men are just out here on some grimy ass shit 24/7. They're not, unless those are the types of men you like to deal with. Right? You find a man out in the street selling dope, drinking, smoking weed. You already know that man is on some grimy type of shit. He living with his friend or his mama, or he's, couch surfing, or, you got a grimy dude, right? Mind is never settled. He's always out running the streets. He's out the house in the middle of the fucking night doing God knows what, always hanging out, doing nothing, ain't taking care of no kids, don't never pick it. He on some grimy shit. So this is what these women want. And then they turn around and they play victim. Oh my God, he did this and he did that, and I didn't do nothing, and this, that, and the third. Bullshit.
You're the only, because he's like, you approached him. You came on to him, you gave him your number, you were sending sexting, and I know it's not.
Oh, they were sexting. What did I tell you? She said, oh, no. You got to pay attention. This man is not lying. It doesn't matter who approached who. What matters is what was taking place during every encounter. Why was a situation going on for so long? Why was there time for sexting? And we know Princella was sexting that man. We know she didn't have no man. Because if she had a man, she wouldn't have been on the phone with this woman's man. Right? So we know she was doing all the little girly kooky things. This guy was interested in her. She's not ready to give up the coochie yet, but she's going to talk to him and play with him. And she's bored. She doesn't have anything to do. She's lonely. She got a man that she can call, even though he belongs to somebody else. And, she was involved in that shit. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear it. It's lies. She's a liar. She's a liar. She's a scammer. And she's a home wrecker. She was wrecking this woman's home.
It's not anything like that. And I told him, I called him on it, and I know he was lying, because the same things that he did to you, he did to me. He told me one day when I was working on payroll.
So she had another conversation with this woman where she gave this woman more information about her husband, right? And which woke the wife up to say, oh, I know you're telling me the truth about the things that he did, because this was his introduction to me. These are the things he did with me when we first got together. So, Princella, how is it that you only had that one encounter, that one face-to-face encounter with his woman husband, when you have so much shit to tell her? Like, really? Okay. Let's continue.
On payroll, he was going to meet you in New Braunfels at the Walmart. You were up at the TA, I think. He said, but he didn't tell me this. You told me this. He tells me.
So y'all meet at Walmart, but I thought y'all only met up that one time when you introduced yourself to him, or when he introduced himself to you. I thought that was y'all only encounter. Isn't that what she said? I'm not crazy. I did hear what I heard, right? She said I only had that one encounter. Let me see, in case y'all missed it. I don't know. Let me see if I can rewind it back. Let's see.
And give you a place where you will feel supported. Is back. And let's start from the beginning. I've had a slight introduction to you. Okay. So for everybody who wants to know, okay, I didn't just meet this woman out of nowhere. I never actually met her face to face, but I have spoken to her on the phone before. And this was about 6 years ago. Okay. So for all of you who want to know, y'all all should know, I drove trucks. I drove trucks for 6 years. I just recently stopped driving trucks. But I started driving trucks in 2017. And being on the road as a woman, you meet all kind of people, right? You meet all kind of people. And I met a guy. He actually walked up to me. I met this guy. And he's associated with her. And he approached me on some driving truck stuff, right? And I talked to him about, because I was going over the road at this time, and I talked to him about going into the oil field, and he was talking a lot about the oil field to me and gave me some information on the oil field and stuff like that. And he actually gave me her information. And so I had her phone number, and somehow I ended up.
So you guys, so the reason you would say to yourself, one would say to themselves, well, if he approached her on some romantic stuff, but put business stuff in front of it, why would he give her his wife's number? A man that is trying to approach you on some romantic type of stuff won't give you his wife's number. That's the last fucking person's number that they're going to give you. So, in thinking back, I think he was genuinely approaching her for business, because you'll find out the woman, the wife, eventually started a trucking company and she had a few trucks. So maybe this guy was looking for people that could drive some other trucks for her. So that's why he gave Princella his wife's number because he was looking for drivers for him and his wife's company, right? So in doing so, maybe Princella said, well, hey, here, take my number down, so X, Y, and Z. And they exchanged numbers and they started talking to each other, right? So I think genuinely it was on some business type stuff. Because like I said, what man that want to fuck you is going to give you his wife's number? Right? Who does that? Right? And so on the first encounter, she knew that this man was married because he gave her his wife's number. Whew. Okay.
Being on the phone with her, I don't think I called her directly. We ended up talking in a different way because the gentleman kind of approached me in a way to kind of flirt with me or what.
So so first she said he approached, like I said, he approached her on some business stuff, and now she's turning it to, now he approached me on some flirting stuff. No, that's a lie. She's trying to clean it up to make an excuse as to why she was talking on the phone with this woman's husband. She wants to make it seem as if he came at her initially romantically because she participated in whatever fucking romance they had going on. So she wants to make it like, oh, he approached me first. So basically I didn't have no choice but to keep calling him. What are you trying to do? What are you saying? It doesn't matter what if he approached you romantically, if he approached you business wise. He gave you his wife's number so that you could potentially be a driver for her, right? So that is saying he didn't want anything to do with you romantically, or he was letting you know indirectly that he have a wife, and if we do have something going on, you already know I got a wife, I'm not leaving her, right? I can't spend the night with you, I can't do no holidays with you, I can't do no Valentine's Day, I ain't doing Christmas because I got a wife. He could have been saying that as well. Subo, I don't believe any of her stories either. She got so many twists and turns in them to where you got to really be paying attention, and you have to be paying attention to really listen to what's being said in the conversation, but actually what's not being said. So you have to listen to what's not being said versus listening to what's being said. So yeah, she's real deceptive, honey. But I'm on to you, boo-boo. I'm on to you. You was trying to get that coochie scratched.
Or whatever. And I remember calling for something, and I think I ended up talking to you.
I ended up calling for something, and calling for what? What was you calling this woman's husband for? He already gave you the contact information to his wife, the brains of the business. So what is you calling her man for? What are you calling her man for, Princella? You were supposed to be. Why haven't you contacted the wife yet? If you were really interested in doing all this stuff you were talking about doing with this man, why haven't you contacted his wife yet on some business stuff? See, she was interested in this dude too.
Yes. Right.
You called his phone. I was sitting in the truck with him and he was getting some tires replaced. I answered his phone and you said, "Are you Albert's wife?" And I said, "Yes." You said, "You have a dog for a husband."
Now, why would she need to do that? Why would she need to call Albert's phone to have his wife answer, to tell his wife that he's a dog, when she already has the woman's number, and she could have called the woman directly to tell her husband's a dog? It's because she wasn't expecting a wife to answer his phone, and so she tried to hurry up and clean it up, right? So y'all hear the slick slide shit going on in there? Why do you need to call this man's phone and then you're gonna tell his wife he's a dog when you already had her number? You could have been called her number. You was trying to fuck her husband or you were fucking her husband. That's the only two things that could be. You were either leading up to screwing him or you were already screwing him. But we'll never know because Princella's a liar and she's not gonna tell you the truth.
And I said, I can't talk to you right now. I said, I got your number here. I said, when I get to a safe place, I'm going to give you a call. Because at the time you contacted me, I was already on to him.
She didn't contact you. She was contacting your husband. So we also got to listen to what this woman is also saying. She wasn't calling to contact you to tell you about your husband. If you had not answered that phone, you probably would have never talked to Princella. But it was only the fact that Princella was trying to cover her ass and to deflect from the fact that she was calling your husband. So she flipped it and wanted to say, oh, your husband's a dog. I saw this show live when I was a follower and didn't get this. Funny how you can be led astray. Yes, yes. All you got to do is listen to what's not being said, right? All you have to do is listen to what's not being said, and you can. So I'm just really trying to point out, like, you guys think this woman is some type of savior, and this may have been 6 years ago, right? But bitches don't change. If she wasn't doing YouTube right now and wasn't, making her money right now, which her money is not what I'm hating on. By all means, get your bread, sis. But my thing is that come correct. Now, I can't say what she's telling her followers behind the scenes. I really don't give a fuck. But the way she's presenting herself is two different people. So what she's saying and what we seeing is two different things. She's pretending like she's saving all these women from all this bullshit, when actually she was an active participant in one of the number one reasons why relationships fail, because of infidelity. So, yeah. You got to pay attention. Like, why you didn't contact this woman directly? You were contacting her husband first. You just miraculously forgot, but you knew why you called that man. That is forever going to stick in your mind, because that is the moment you got busted calling this woman's husband. You knew what you were calling him for. And now you wanna spill the beans after having this woman's number all this fucking time. But now all of a sudden, when she answers the phone, her husband's a dog. Well, was he a dog when you was calling him on the phone, talking to him consistently? No, you were just trying to cover your ass. So instead of you thinking fast and acting like the fucking pizza lady, you want to spill the beans. Bitch, either you down or you not. How you down 1 minute, but then the wife answered the phone, you ain't down no more. Like, probably meant you was never down. But you had to have been down, because if you were never down, soon as he approached you on some romantic shit, you would have been calling his wife, because you already have her number. So why wait till she answers his phone to all of a sudden tell her that her husband is a dog? You sneaky bitch. You're sneaky.
Mm-hmm. So, to make a long story short with that, he texted me to not call.
And now, see, to make a long story short with that means it was a long story. It means it was a long story. And there were many things that took place in between the initial encounter and the day she spoke to that woman on the phone. It was a long story. So what's the story, Princella? I'd like to talk to him, actually.
Call him or you again, which I hadn't even talked to you since that last time I talked to you. I hadn't, and so I don't know whatever happened between you guys, but I had nothing to do with this guy. The only contact with him that I had was him approaching me at the truck stop.
Now remember, the only, let me write this down. The only contact I had with this guy was at the truck stop. Okay. And that's at 3:57:76. Okay.
That was it. To get your information, the information on this trucking thing, and after I mentioned that to you, that was the end of it. I never had no dealings with him. Right.
I know you didn't.
Yeah.
So she said, I the only contact I had with this guy was at the truck stop to get your information on this trucking thing. How did you know he had some information for you of his wife regarding this trucking thing? That is not why you contacted or why you had your initial encounter with that man. He approached you maybe to offer you to drive for his wife. So he was coming to give you information on his wife. You weren't coming to get any information from him. You were the receiver of information, not the initiator of receiving information. All right, you got to listen. Well, let's continue.
Yeah.
Of course, he tried to put the blame on you, in which I called him on it. He wants to call you all kinds of names and bitches. I said, so the only bitch just around here is you. I said, all these women that you meeting out there, they are not bitches. You the only bitch. You the only hoe. You the only, because he's like, you approached him. You came on to him. You gave him your number. You were sending sexting. And I know it's not anything like that. And I told him, I called him on it, and I know he was lying, because the same things that he did to you, he did to me. He told me one day when I was working on payroll, he was going to meet you in New Braunfels at the.
So he was going to meet her at, I think she said New Ronsfield or something like that. We're just going to improvise on the name, New Ronsfield, right? And why were they going to meet?
At the Walmart. You were up at the TA, I think.
At the Walmart.
He didn't tell me this. You told me this. He tells me that he's going to make a run to Walmart.
So he was making a run to Walmart. He was going to meet her at New Rodsfield to pick her up because he was going to make a run to Walmart.
Walmart, but he didn't tell me anything about you. I didn't know anything about you until you contacted me. So I didn't think anything of it. When you told
So before she had the conversation with the woman's wife, she was already meeting up with the woman's husband. But Princella said at 3:57:76 that the only contact I had with this guy was at the truck stop.
You told me he met you at Walmart because he asked you, did you need supplies? And that's something normal for him, because when the guys would come in, if they needed to go somewhere, get haircuts or anything, he'd go and pick them up and take them, whatever. But this time he did not say he was going to meet anyone. But when you told me that he met you, you asked him where I was. He told you I wasn't available to come when I knew nothing about you.
So, okay. So let's unpack this. So he went to, Princella was at New Rodsfield, and this guy told his wife he was going to Walmart to get some supplies, and he met up with Princella at the Walmart, right? And she asked where his wife was. So if Princella didn't know who his wife was, had never met his wife, had never had a conversation with his wife, had never been to their house for dinner, had never been to their house for a barbecue, had never met them out anywhere for dinner, why the fuck would Princella be asking this man where his wife is? Princella had this woman's number. She could have been on the phone conversating with this woman, getting to know this woman. And then Albert would have known that they would have known each other. And then Albert would have said, well, I'm going to pick you up. I'm going to take you to Walmart. I'm going to get you some supplies. But I'm bringing my wife. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, we going to come pick you up. And then the guy comes alone without his wife, and then Princella is asking why the fuck are you asking where his wife is? What does his why would he be bringing his wife, somebody that you don't know? Why? I mean, I don't get it. Why would he be bringing his wife, right? So I don't know. Let's continue. Sounds like a pack of lies to me. Why are you asking about his wife? His wife is nowhere in the picture. You don't give a fuck about his wife. You're on the phone conversating with this man, sexting this man. Why are you all of a sudden interested in why you're lying? You're trying to cover your ass because you were seeing this woman's husband. And so while you're talking on the phone to the wife, giving her the tea, you're trying to clean things up by saying, oh, I knew about you and I wasn't doing nothing with him. And, you know, she's trying to insert the wife into their situations to comfort the wife, to make it seem like I wasn't fucking around with your husband. He said he was going to bring you. He showed up without you. But the shit just doesn't make any sense. And this is what this broad is not picking up on. Princella lied to you about seeing your husband, about their encounters, their conversations, their sexting. You know what I'm saying? Why is she calling your husband's phone if nothing was going on between the two of them? She already got the business information that she was so-called looking for. So why is she still in contact with your husband? How is this even a topic? Who gives a damn? Women sleep with married men all the time. If she was ashamed, she wouldn't have had the lie. Y'all are so desperate to discredit this woman. It's sad. Now, see, this is the kind of bullshit that and this is exactly why you dumb bitches be going through what you're going through. This is exactly why you don't have, your minds are not yours. Because you don't stand for shit. So you fall for anything. You fall for any snake peddler that's coming along telling you they got some goods and wares to sell that's going to save your sorry ass. How is this even a topic? Who gives a damn? Women sleep with married men all the time. And that is my point exactly. So why the fuck are all these women out here having a fucking pity party? And why are all of a sudden men the only predators in the world that want to use you and use your resources and suck you dry? When you got women out here that's fucking married men sucking another woman's resources, sucking her man dry, literally, and cheating, right? So obviously, men are not the only predators. Looks like we got some women out here that's predators too, ladies. So how is it patriarchy's fault that these women can't go and find them a single man? Oh yeah, because I forgot. Because Princella said that a lot of these C-grade men aren't worth marrying, right? When patriarchy made it possible for every woman to have a man, whether he was debonair or not, whether he was tall, dark, and handsome or not, right? Patriarchy made it to where you go find your own husband, bitch. You don't need to sleep with a married man. If you want a man, here goes some C grades, here goes some B grades, here goes some D grades, here goes some F grades, here's some A pluses. Take your pick one, but get your own. So it sounds to me like patriarchy had a point there. Get your own husband. Stop worrying about what he looked like. I guess Kevin Samuels had a point. He ain't got to be beautiful. It's a man. It's a piece of a man. He may not be handsome. He may not be tall. He may not have a lot of money, but that's what you call a piece of man. So you got a lot of women out here who are willing to deal with a piece of man, but yet and still the single pieces of men that are out here, they don't want them, huh? You just got to have somebody else's man, don't you? Women are just as much the problem as men. Now say something else.
But then this is how I know you weren't lying. Because when you got in the car with him, you said the first thing he was going to take you to.
And you don't know. This is not how you know she's not lying. Because, ma'am, you were not in the car. So this woman is telling you whatever she wants to tell you to escape an ass whooping. Because that's what she needed. I don't support violence. But she can't say, I didn't know he had a wife. She knew, which means whatever the hell happened or whatever didn't happen, she's just as culpable. What she's doing right now is she's trying to escape accountability. Oh, well, he approached me on some business stuff. And, oh, well, he approached me on some, he approached me on some flirt with you stuff. Which one is it? I ain't confused. Y'all confused. I'm not confused.
Take you to Walmart, and the first thing he did, he picked you up at the truck stop.
So he picked. Okay, so the only contact I had with this guy was at the truck stop. So he picked her up at the truck stop. To take her to Walmart. But she said, didn't the woman say that her husband met Princella at the Walmart? She was already at the Walmart. So when did she go to pick her up at the truck stop and she was already at Walmart?
In the car with him, asked where I was. He said I was busy. You told him that you weren't comfortable doing this, that you don't roll like this and so forth, that if I hadn't come along, you shouldn't even be in the car. But he's like,
okay, but you got in the car. But you got in the, see, that's why this is a bunch of bullshit. You got in the car. If his wife not being in the car was such a big deal and you stood for something, you would have said, no, that's okay. Your wife is not here. I don't feel comfortable getting in the car with you. I'm going to go ahead and catch a taxi or I don't think Uber was out back then. I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and catch a taxi to the Walmart and then I'll just take it from there. But you go ahead and, you do your thing. All right. And then next time, if I don't even know why the fuck he picking her up and taking her to Walmart. Anyway, where's your man? Where's your truck? Where's your car? Why the fuck don't you have your supplies already? Because I'll tell you why. Because she was using that woman's husband as a resource. Okay? She was using that woman's husband as a resource. People don't change. If she was not in the position that she is in today, she would probably be using someone else's man for a resource. So she wants to say that men use women for resources when actually women are the ones using men for a resource. When women get with men, what are they consistently hollering? Where's the money? Can you pick me up? Can you take me to work? Can you pick me up from work? Can you take me to the grocery store? Can you take me to get my nails done? I need some money for my rent. I need some money for the gas bill. I need some money for the light. Women are actually, see, she flipped it on y'all. She flipped it on you guys. She making it seem like men are the ones that are using women for their resources when it is actually women that are using men for their resources. Now, what did I say in the beginning? I said she's trying to put a blanket over all men so that she won't have to individualize the groups to explain why Black men are needing so much resources from women. Because see, men of other races, they don't need no resources from women. The women are getting the resources from them. Hence, where's the house? Where's the car? Where's the grocery money? Where's the money for the kids? Where's the money for my hair? Where's the money for this? Because they're set. They have their jobs. They have their companies, their corporations. They have their 7-Elevens. They have their AM/PMs. They have their grocery stores. They have their Walmarts. So they are the providers. But when you take it to the Black man has nothing. And if he does, it's just a little bit of something. And then this is what causes Black men to need so many resources from women because they don't fucking have any. They don't have no Walmarts. They don't have no 7-Elevens. They don't have no AM and PMs. They don't have no grocery stores on the corner. They don't have nothing. So where do you think they're going to get their resources from when they've been cut out the business? They don't even have apartments and houses. They're just now finally starting to get themselves on the bottom shelf. They weren't even on the shelf. Now they're starting to get themselves on the bottom shelf. They're starting to do well. And they're starting to say, bitch, I remember how you treated me when I didn't have nothing. Now I don't want your ass. I remember when I needed a place to stay, how you treated me, how you talked to me, how you put me out with my 3 trash bags. I remember how I had to ask you for money. I remember how you punked me around this house because I ain't have nowhere to go. Now I have a little bit of something and I don't need your dusty ass. And now I can stand up for myself because I have a little bit of resources. It may not be much, but it's enough to where I don't have to fuck with you. Right? So it's different. Men of other races are different from Black men. So yeah, you're going to have a lot of Black men that are predatory because of the need for resources. But she wants to put a blanket because she don't want to address that. Right? She doesn't want to address that. She doesn't want to allow these Black men to state their cause and to state their claim. So she wants to make it like Black men have access to the same type of resources as other men, which they do not. And the same thing goes for Black women. But no, she wants to put a blanket over the entire fucking world. Take that blanket off your head. Don't let her put no blanket over you. Your shit is different. Your shit is real. Your shit is authentic. The things that are happening to Black people are real and authentic and facts. But when she puts that blanket over you, it discounts and it disregards all the traps and systems that have been put in place to keep you looking like a fucking fool, to keep Black people looking like a fucking fool.
But he's like, come on, when you hear now such and such. Then you said he start rubbing on your thighs and rubbing.
Oh, not rubbing on the thighs. she got in the car with him and he started rubbing on her thighs. And she didn't hop out the car. She didn't say, hold up, wait a minute, stop. No, you can't do that. You got a wife. Let me out this motherfucker. So he felt that comfortable with her to be rubbing on her thighs. This ain't the only contact I had with this guy was at the truck stop. But he rubbing on your thighs.
Rubbing your stomach.
He was rubbing on her stomach too. Let me write this down. Rubbing on her stomach. So he was rubbing on your thighs and your stomach? And you ain't say shit? Oh, let's see if she said something. I don't know.
Rubbed your stomach and said, you're going to be my baby's mama. You and I had never met. I would have never known that story. Except when you told me that, same shit he used to do to me when we first met. So I knew you weren't lying. So then when I called him on it, I said, I said, I'm going to bust you on something. I said, you rub between that woman's thighs. And
So she thought, well, she got away with it with that woman, but she wouldn't have got away with that shit with me, because I would have been like, bitch, what the fuck is you doing in the car letting my man rub between your thighs? Why is you in the car with him anyway? If you felt so uncomfortable with being in the car without me being there, which I know was a lie, I wasn't supposed to be there. He ain't never told you his wife was going to be there. You already knew his wife wasn't going to be there. But this man felt comfortable enough to get you in the car to take things to the next level, because he's saying, well, shit, I done told the bra on our first encounter that I had a wife, gave her my wife number. She ain't called my wife yet. She ain't set up no business meeting. She ain't set up no business transactions. She ain't had not one conversation with my wife. So why is she still calling me? Why is she sexting me? Because she want her coochie scratched. She want her coochie scratched. What other reason why would she be still in contact with this man, not set up any business dealings with this man's wife, but you still talking to this man? Because she want her coochie scratched, but she got busted. And let me tell you something. This shit with him rubbing on her thighs and on her stomach, this happened before she talked to the wife. Are you Albert's wife? Your husband's a dog. This happened before she talked to the wife. Because remember, after she talked to the wife, he told her, don't call me, don't text my phone no more, don't call my wife no more. This shit with the rubbing on the thighs and the stomach had already taken place. And if she had such a problem with it, why is she still calling this woman's husband? Because either she wanted her coochie scratched or she got her coochie scratched. And why is he a dog? Did he scratch your coochie and then move on to the next girl, and now you calling him wondering why he ain't calling you no more? What the hey? I mean, like I said, you got to listen to what's not being said. Why is he a dog all of a sudden? You was calling him, you was sexting him, you were, he was taking you to Walmart, he rubbed on your stomach and your thighs. Why all of a sudden is he a dog? Because see, I'm going to tell you what men don't do is they don't tell you about other women that they're screwing while they're talking to you, while they're in your presence, while they're dealing with you. They don't talk about no other bras that they sleeping with. So why all of a sudden is he a dog? Did he scratch your coochie and didn't call you no more? Or did he scratch your coochie and he wasn't calling you as much as he did? And now you're calling him to find out what the hell's going on. And you're mad And so the wife answers the phone. You're busted. And you want to try to cover your ass. So you're going to give up a little tea. Your husband's a dog, to deflect from the fact that you're calling his phone. See, y'all gotta listen to what's going on. She a homewrecker. You're a homewrecker. You and what you gonna hear this woman say, I didn't know that shit was happening to me. I didn't know he was cheating on me until you came in the picture. I'm telling you, you can't make this shit up. I'm not making it up. I'm just saying what's not being said, right? I'm just saying what's not being said. Y'all can believe this whore. I mean, this girl, if you want to.
And you rubbed her stomach and said, "You're gonna be my baby's mama." That's the same motherfucking bullshit that you used to do to me, and I had to stop your ass from it. So you want to sit here and tell me that this woman lying, a woman that I've never met, that we have the same exact story, the same exact experience? You a motherfucking lie. You need to get your shit and get the fuck up out of my house. And that's where the problem comes in, because here in Texas is a community property state. I could lock the door all day long, and the police will come by and make me open the door and let him right back in. Had I known what I know now, bullshit that he's done to me, I would have called the police. I would have went about this a whole nother route.
Okay, so we already figured out that Princella is a homewrecker, and she wanted to get her coochie scratched, or she got her coochie scratched, and then she snitched after getting her coochie scratched or not getting her coochie scratched. You know, like these broads usually do. They get in their feelings and they figure out, because she was trying to pluck this man from his wife. She was trying to pluck him. And then, he hoodwinked and bamboozled her out of getting her coochie scratched, and she got mad because he I don't know, we ain't gonna go there, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah. If I hit it one time, what if I hit it 2 times? I'm a wife or something like that. Yeah, he probably hit it once. Anyway, let's continue. But okay, what I wanted to say was that this woman had a horrific experience with this man. But what she's failing to realize is that he was reacting to the way that she was treating him. Okay, yeah, you got busted. You were cheating with a woman or whatever. You were doing your thing, right? A lot of men, once they're busted, they'd be like, okay, well, I'm busted. You got me, whatever, right? Now it becomes, how are you treating me as a man? How are you talking to me? Right? Because a lot of women think that just because you're screwing him, or just because he's your boyfriend, or just because he's your husband, a lot of you females think you can talk to these men any old kind of way and they won't bust you upside your head. Right? That's what we get comfortable, and we get to thinking like, oh, he loves me or he cares about me, so he's not going to hurt me. Bullshit. Right? Bullshit. A lot of you women don't know how to talk to men. A lot of you women don't know how to talk to people, period. A lot of you women got your noses in places that don't belong. A lot of you women are detestable human beings. And you don't realize that, because these men, you're so used to having your ego stroked for being cute and fine and having a nice booty and having a nice body and having some big boobs and a pretty face and all this kind of stuff, that nobody is really telling you the truth about the way that you are. And then when the truth does come out to you about the way you are, you can't handle it because you're so used to being coddled and having your ego stroked and being babied and spoiled and all this shit. Well, ain't nothing wrong with that. But instead of them telling you that you're a disgusting individual, they're telling you all this other good shit because they just want to get what they want out of you, and they don't really give a shit how you are. But then when you get with a man and those behaviors and things transfer over to the person you're supposed to care about, this is where the problem comes in at. Just because he cheated, just because he didn't do what he's supposed to do, doesn't mean you get to talk to him like he's the scum of the earth. You still need to pick and choose your words wisely. You're still talking to a man. These men will wage a full-on assault just by what comes out of your mouth. You don't have to put your hands on him. You don't have to put him out. You don't have to bleach his clothes. You don't have to cut up his clothes. You don't have to empty his bank account. You can just simply disrespect him with your words, and it's a full-on assault. And you will rarely see it coming. But we're going to get into that. But let's finish with Coochie Scratched Princella.
I'm a decent person. I don't go around trying to hurt people for no reason. But what I'm going through right now makes me want to go 5 years back, replay, and I have a whole different game because I rock a certain way. I rock a different way. But trying to be nice and trying to leave this relationship, and just go our separate ways, call it a day, was not enough for him. This man is trying to bring me down right now. And when I say bring me down, I was physically assaulted by him on Martin Luther King's birthday last year, January 17th, 2022. He almost killed me in my garage. He divorced October 4, 2021. He would not get his stuff out of my house. So he would use, again, the manipulation. He would use, I got to come by and get some things. I don't have time, such and such. So he'd come by and to get something, but then he would try to stay. And I'm like, you got to go, get your things and please go. This particular night, Martin Luther King's birthday last year, I made it clear to him, you're going to get your motherfucking shit out my goddamn house right here and now. If you don't get the shit tonight, the shit will be in the street tomorrow because I'm tired of you coming by telling me you got to get shit. You don't leave up in here. You leave up out of here with nothing or one thing. I'll be back to get the rest. No, you're trying to keep coming back.
Okay, but that's what men do. That's what men do. That is a defined man's behavior, right? If you are a woman having dealt with men or having listened to other women's stories throughout your life, you would know that this is what men do. This is a man's defined pattern, especially if they have nowhere else to go. If they have something invested with you, they are going to try to come back, right? But it's up to you as a woman with clear thinking and a clear direction, knowing yourself and knowing what you want, that will have you nip that shit at the bud, right? She let a plant grow from the bud, from saying you need to get your shit and you need to get out. That is the bud, right? By allowing him to leave things behind and for him to keep coming back, she allowed a plant to grow. So she's basically, in his mind, he's like, well, she keeps letting me back to get stuff, so she must want me back. So if I continue to come and she sees me, maybe I'll wear her down, right? So yeah, the second time he's gonna come get some bullshit that he don't really need, just to feel you out and see how your mind is, see where your thoughts are at, right? And then, once she's still firm, I'm gonna go ahead and get some bullshit and go. Then he gonna give a little time, think that he's allowing you to miss him. Then he's gonna come pop up and come and say, oh, I need to get X, Y, and Z. And then he'll come over because he wants to see where your mind is at again. Are you wearing down? Do you miss him? How are you talking to him? Are you nice? Are you mean? Are you letting him come in and get some water? Are you know what I'm saying? Is he looking in the refrigerator getting some juice? What is his activities? What are you allowing him to do when he comes to get his things? Is he sitting on the bed? Is he using the bathroom? Or is, you know what I'm saying? He's seeing what you're allowing him to do and the length of time that you're allowing him to stay in the house, right? And then when she says, okay, did you get what you need? Okay, you gotta go. Then he'll leave. Nah, she ain't there yet. Then he's gonna come back again. I need to get X, Y, and Z. I forget. He gonna think of some elaborate story as to why he really needs to come this third time, and you're gonna be like, damn. All right, well, come on. You know what I'm saying? Come get the stuff. And then he's filling you out again, right? And so when he recognizes that it's not working, he's not wearing you down, you don't miss him, you are really through, this is when his behavior changes. And now he is in fight or flight mode. And usually, if there is no threat that's going to come to him from fighting you, he's not going to go into flight mode. He's not going to come get all the rest of his shit and leave. He's going into fight mode. Now he wants to fight because now he's going to beat you down instead of wearing you down with kindness and being able to visualize him and get a whiff of his presence. That didn't wear you down. Now he's going to beat you down to wear you down, right? And usually, we'll find out what type of man she was dealing with, but usually these types of men, they don't like to leave you in one piece. They like to leave you in pieces or deleted. So it was her failure to nip the shit in the bud and to allow a plant to grow that caused her to be on the butt end of this full-fledged assault. Because if she was serious from the beginning or that second encounter, she would have had him get all his stuff. So there would be no reason for him to come back, to where maybe she would only have to deal with a phone call or two. But that second time, she should have packed his stuff nicely and neatly and had it outside the door and said, hey, this is everything in the house that you had. I packed it nicely and neatly and with love and care. And here it is. And you can take it home wherever you live and you can go through it. But please, for my peace of mind and your peace of mind, don't contact me anymore. It's over. I'm sorry. Right? There's a way of going about doing things. And when you want to do things the proper way, in a safe way, to make sure that you don't become the victim of a full-fledged assault, you're going to deal with these men in a certain way. Especially after she found out everything she found out about him, she should have known, I better tread lightly. But we know women have this thing, we big and bad, and this motherfucker ain't gonna do shit, and he better get his fucking shit and get out of my house. And this is how you talking to him. Get your fucking shit and get out of here, motherfucker. I don't want to deal with your stupid ass no more. You girl. Don't do that. Right? Now you're infringing on his manhood. Now you're punking him. Now he doesn't want to go away with his penis between his legs, right? Now he gotta hit back. Now he has to take his manhood back. He has to take his ego back from you. He has to take his balls back from you. But there's a way of cutting ties with a man to where it's allowing, his ego is intact, his self-esteem is intact. He got his balls between his legs, right? He's a whole man when he leaves. But you broads don't know how to do that. And you don't want to do that. See, while we're sitting here saying, oh, these men want to leave us all broken and in pieces and this and that, you want to leave him the same way because you're mad, because your vagina and your personality and your home wasn't good enough to keep him there and to keep his penis at home. When actually, it's not because you weren't good enough. It's not because your vagina wasn't good enough. It's not because your home wasn't good enough. It's because you got bitches like Princella out there who don't know how to keep their fucking legs closed. If women kept their legs closed to married men, including prostitutes, your man would just be at home with you. But the fact of the matter is that these women don't care that he's married to you or that he has a wife at home, because they have resources that they need, and if they can get it from your man, that is where they're going to get it from, whether he's married or not. So while we're sitting here blaming men for all the shit that's going on in society, women play an equal part in it. So anyway, let's continue.
After we were divorced, I'm going to win. He calls me Kimmy. My family calls me Kimmy. Oh, I'm going to win you back, Kimmy. I'm going to do the right thing. I don't want to hear that. That's over and done with. You got to go. So when he finally realized that it was over, he tried to kill me then. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What I mean by killing me, throughout our relationship towards the end, I would videotape him because I told him your behavior is escalating and you're getting more dangerous. And he'd swear, oh, no. So I record his animation, his hand flinging, his spitting, his stuttering. It got really bad. So I knew what was coming. I knew something was coming. So this particular night, as he started to get animated, I started recording him. And what I caught him on camera saying is...
So what she's basically saying is that through this entire relationship, things weren't going well. They were going bad. And his behavior is not escalating because things are going bad. His behavior is escalating because of the amount of disrespect that he's receiving from his wife, the woman he put a ring on her finger and married when he didn't have to do that. So while we're sitting here putting all the blame on him, she is disregarding her part in what is going on. She was probably disrespectful, cussing him, cursing him, denying him, whatever, treating him like shit because she's mad. You don't have to do that. A relationship can be over and you can maintain peace. But it starts with your mouth. You cannot talk to these men any old fucking type of way you want to. These are men. These are not little boys. Even though you may think him a little boy because of his behavior or because of, his thoughts or because of the way he talks or because of the way he thinks. This is a man. I don't care if he got a boy brain. He got a man's body. And you better pay attention to that. And this is what women don't pay attention to. You always think you big and bad and you can take a man down until he takes your ass down and he show you what's really going on. And then you want to play victim. But what about when you was cussing him out, calling him all kind of stupid motherfuckers, telling him to get the fuck out, telling him he ain't shit, you ain't got shit, you ain't got this, you ain't got that, you this, you that. What about all the degrading of this man that you're doing? And what he's supposed to sit there and take that because you a woman? He ain't gonna do that. I'm sorry. I don't know what man is. And if he does, you got a good man. You better backtrack.
I'm going to jail tonight. And that's when he led a full-fledged assault on me. I held onto my phone that whole time, and I'm fighting him. I tried to lock myself into the Ford, the F-150. You can hear me kicking and screaming, "Get the fuck off me, you dumbass motherfucker!" And I'm kicking. I'm trying.
See, get the fuck off me, you dumbass motherfucker. And that's not the first dumbass motherfucker she called him. She's mad, rightly so. But if you want to preserve your life, you got to watch your mouth. It is what it is. It's a known fact. What she failed to do was she failed to nip the shit in the bud, get him to get all his shit, you pack it for him, drop it off to him, mail it to him, have him come pick it up on the doorstep, and be done with it. But the more you allow him to come into the house and get things, you're allowing him to think that there's a possibility that he can come back. And then he's telling you, "Oh, we're gonna make it work. I'm gonna win you back. I'm gonna this, that, and the third." You gotta take some time and think about how you're gonna deal with the situation from a woman's standpoint. A lot of women are trying to deal with men from a man's standpoint. You can't do that. You have to come as a woman. Well, I know we got a little history together, but honey, listen, I want you to be happy, and I want to be happy. And this relationship is just not working out, and you should be free to do whatever it is you need to do. And I'm just gonna I'm just gonna sit here and think about things, and but one thing is for sure, honey, it's just not gonna work out, okay? Yeah, talk to him like a woman. You talking to him like a man. Motherfucker, get your motherfucking shit and get out of here. Like you got some authority over him. You have none. You have no authority over this man. But it's the fact that y'all don't know how to talk to men that gets your ass in a lot of trouble, and you don't realize it. So while people are telling you, "Oh yeah, you right. Oh, he's a monster. He should have did this. He should have did." Nobody's asking you, "Baby, what did you do?" What did you do? You did something wrong. It's not that you did something wrong. You either went about things the wrong way or you said the wrong thing, because there is a such thing as saying the wrong thing. It does not matter if that's a man and he's stronger than you. Fuck that. You said the wrong thing. You were wrong. You did something wrong. So we always want to say, "Oh, he's a man. He shouldn't be putting his hands on a woman no matter what she say." That's bullshit. You're handling things the wrong way. And we got women, we got egos too. Right? But like I said, I would rather be left than be beat up on. Right? I would rather be left and my ego crushed and my self-esteem bashed in. You can recover from that. But if a man beats the fuck out of you, you're going to relive that all the days of your life. You can get your self-esteem back. You can get your ego back. All you got to do is get another nigga and have him tell you how beautiful you are and have him make sweet love to you and this, that, and the third. Yeah, your self-esteem's back, ego's back. You back in the game. You're back in the saddle again. But when a man shows his disgust for you, when a man puts his hands on you, that means he is disgusted with you. You're disgusting to him, and he no longer cares about your well-being. Think about that. Talk to these men like you're a woman, and stop talking to these men like you're a man. Because when it's time to throw hands, you're no match.
Trying to fight. He drugged me out of that truck, picked me up and slammed me down on the concrete on my back. I'm a 20-year Army retired veteran. I knew to protect my head. So I tucked my chin into my chest so that my head would not hit the ground, hit that concrete, but my shoulders and my back did. He then jumped on me, straddled me, put both of his hands around my neck, and proceeded to push and squeeze to the point where I'm kicking and wailing, trying to get him off of me, and it was not working. And I could feel my...
Now, let me tell you, I have watched this, right? I've watched it a couple of times. And we are going to find out, from my perspective, why he did what he did, right? What I tell you guys, what I say in my last videos, especially when the young lady came on, I don't know if she's a young lady or old lady or whatever, when she came on in the comment section and she said, this is all my stuff and I'm supposed to give him half, right? When I say you don't leave a man in distress because it's going to anger him and it's going to cause him to act out, this is the reason why this man was acting out, because she was leaving him in distress. It wasn't that he needed a place to stay. It wasn't that he wanted to be with her. It was that she was leaving him in distress for a big chunk of his life and for what he helped her build, right? So he helped her build something, and then she just cut him out of it. And you cannot leave these men in distress. You have to be fair. You have to be fair. If you want peace in your life, if you want to be left alone, you have to be fair with the assets. You can't hoard them. You can't be stingy with them. You have to give them their just due. And when you don't do that, this is what causes it adds, and it's a big part of the full-on assault, right? But she's going to say some things, and it's not going to make any sense to me because you're contradicting yourself. You're not taking accountability, even though she says she took accountability. You haven't taken accountability because everything that this is how you know when a person has not taken accountability. When they are only telling what someone else did, right? So she's only saying what he did, but she is not saying how she reacted, right? In each instance. So what she did was, when she got that phone call, and it was Princella on the other line calling her man, and she talked to her man about it, she basically said, oh, motherfucker this and motherfucker that, you know what I'm saying? She said, but she's saying it as if it didn't cause a problem, as if she was right for saying it. And it doesn't matter, just because somebody did something to you or just because somebody wronged you, it does not give you a good reason to now just say whatever you want to say and do whatever you want to do, because remember, you're the woman in the situation. You have to tread lightly. All these men got is time and opportunity and space on their hands to fuck up your life. I told you, these men will put you in a living hell for the rest of your life if you do not move correctly, if you do not move as a woman, as a feminine woman, right? You're moving like a man. So you move like a man, they're going to treat you like a man.
I feel myself getting the tingly lips and the numbness and the cloudiness because I was about ready to pass out. I could not breathe because he was pushing harder and harder onto my throat. The only thing that saved me that night is that he had a necklace around his neck, and he wore both of our rings, because I gave him his rings back. He wore our rings around his neck. I was able to reach up and pull the chain, and when I did, the rings fell, and that's when I was able to get up, and I got up, but I couldn't recover enough. And I'm breathing and I'm talking, but the whole time I'm still recording this. You can hear me you can see the angle where I'm on the floor. You see when I reach up and grab the necklace, and I could barely talk. At that point, I got an iPhone. You can't make a phone call and record at the same time. So I turned the recorder off and I dialed 911. As soon as I dialed 911, he comes across my face and snatches the phone from my hand, throws the phone on top of the roof of the house. I dialed 911. I didn't get to say anything because the operator had just came on. And the operator could hear me screaming because I ran back behind the truck, between the truck and the passenger door, because the truck was backed in. And he's bigger than me, so he couldn't squeeze between there to get me. By then, the police had came. The police went up on top of the house to get my phone. I had a bloody nose. I was sore. At the beginning of the conversation, he said he had something of mine that I didn't need. I didn't know what it was, but when he would get angry, I would miss jewelry, watches, clothing. I don't know whether he would throw my things away or give them to other women. Because I have my bottle watches that disappeared, diamond rings, necklaces. So I can't see him just throwing that stuff, but I'm sure he entertained a woman with my jewelry.
So you have a man in your home that you aren't getting along with, and you don't think to lock away your valuables, right? Because these men can get real shitty with it or real jiggy with it, right? Where's your mind? Like, what are you doing? Are you drinking? Are you smoking weed? Like, what do you think? Like, this is you're dealing with this. We got two military women sitting here. We have two military women sitting here that are supposed to know the art of war. I'm going to take y'all through the art of war. I'm going to show you how to use the art of war in your everyday life. This is going to be some of my other videos that I'm going to be doing. I'm going to show you guys how to use the art of war in your personal lives. But you got two military women sitting here, and you mean to tell me that they have been through all this bullshit? You're fucking military. Like, y'all making the military look really, 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 really bad. Like, once you figure out that you're dealing with the enemy, you're supposed to treat them as such, or there's a certain way you're supposed to act when you find out you're sleeping with the enemy, right? There's a certain way you're supposed to act when your hand is in the lion's mouth. You're supposed to pull it out slowly. So once you figure out your hand is in a lion's mouth, you're supposed to metaphorically start locking up your jewelry, maybe taking it to your mama's house or your daughter's house. You're supposed to be slowly hiding the things that mean something to you. So if you had jewelry and watches and diamond rings and gold and all this kind of shit, and you have come to the conclusion that you're sleeping with the enemy, girl, what the fuck is the enemy gonna do to you? He's going to raid your shit. Like, I mean, I don't get it. And then, so it sounds as if this relationship was just bad. And she wasn't putting any interventions in place to counteract his behavior. So when did you figure out shit was coming up missing? You figured out shit was coming up missing, and you didn't put the rest of the shit away? I mean, the first goddamn diamond ring that was gone, or a diamond necklace, or whatever the fuck gold necklace that was gone, you should have been collecting your shit and locking it up, going to get you a safety deposit box at a bank or something, or giving it to your daughter for safekeeping, locking it in a safety deposit box and sitting it at your daughter's house. I mean, like, what the fuck? Like, what are we doing here? It's like she just sat and let shit happen. And then why is this man consistently angry? because you're talking to him like he's a piece of shit. You're treating him like he's a piece of shit, and you're forgetting that he lives with you. You're forgetting that he's living with you. So what are you doing? You're being stupid. And you're supposed to be military. I don't get it.
Jewelry and clothing. He had a tonneau cover on the back of the Ford, and he looked at it when he says, "I have something of yours that you don't need." So when I went to the tonneau cover to lift it up, I had my hand on top of the tailgate. He slammed the tonneau cover down, and he broke my finger.
Oh, wow.
That was the first. That was before he said he was going to jail tonight. What he had in the back of the truck, I later.
So before he said he was going to jail tonight, he had not put his hands on her at all. But he slammed the thing down and broke her pinky finger. So the full-fledged assault hadn't happened yet. So he broke your pinky finger, and you didn't think to run out or you didn't think to call 911 in that instance. You just, like I said, like, what the fuck are you doing? You're supposed to be military. The fucking motherfucker just assaulted you. He just broke your pinky finger, and you didn't do shit. You just sat there and what he said, and then he said he going to jail. What the fuck is going on here? See, you have to listen to what's not being said. She failed to act when he broke her pinky finger. And then listen to this part.
I later found out was he had my 9mm. I have a 6 Sauer. He had that weapon. He was taking that from me. He's a felon, and he has my Glock. I have a 9mm. That's missing. He stole that, and I reported that to the police. How we met online.
So what he had in the back of the truck when he broke her pinky finger was her gun. I don't know when he got the gun. He could have got it when he came over there to get his shit. He could have took the gun. Well, I don't know. But this man is taking guns from you. So not only have you not locked your jewelry up or taken it out the house, you didn't lock your guns up or take your guns out the house, and now you're saying he's a felon. Like, you can't make it up. Like, what are you thinking, lady? What are you thinking? Your non-action has led you to these encounters with your husband.
Online, plenty of fish. It's just like,
let me back this up.
So jail tonight. What he had in the back of the truck, I later found out was he had my 9mm. I have a 6 Sauer. He had that weapon. He was taking that from me. He's a felon, and he has my Glock. I have a 9mm. That's missing. He stole that, and I reported that to the police. How we met online, plenty of fish.
Okay. That killed it for me right there. That the pity party was over for me right there, even though I'd never attended the pity party. But that is where the pity party should have ended for everyone. You met this man on a prostitute site. You met this man on plenty of fish, meaning plenty of pussy. That's what that is saying. Plenty of pussy. So you're military, right? You're military. And you don't have no man. You don't go out to meet a man. But you meet a man on a site called Plenty of Pussy, and you think that you're going to get a man that has his head screwed on right. This is why I don't join pity parties, because people, women, they do not know how to run their lives. Now, these are beta women we're talking about. This is not an alpha female. This is a beta. This is a beta female, 100%. All of her actions says beta, because an alpha female already knows. You don't go online to meet no nigga that's on the line talking about plenty of fish. How long has he been on that site? Do you know the type of women that's on that? They're prostitutes. Plenty of fish is, I want to meet you, fuck you. Women are on that site. I want to meet you because I want to get paid. This is not a site where you need to be meeting your husband. The fact that he's a felon is neither here nor there. It's where you met him. So you met a man on Plenty of Pussy, and you thought that that was a good thing. You thought you were getting somebody that was going to be faithful to you, when you don't even know how many women he has even encountered on that site. But I digress.
It's just like, oh my God, this is so upsetting talking about this. I'm not the one. I'm 57. I'll be 57 in April. We were together 8 years. I'm not the one to go to the clubs. I'm not a bar hopper or anything. I've never drank alcohol. I've never smoked. I've never been drinking.
So she's 57. This was a year ago. I think this video was a year ago or something like that. She's 57. And they were together 8 years, which means she met him at 49. So listen to this. Listen to this. When she met him, he used to rub between her thighs and rub her belly and tell her she was going to be his baby mama. But she's 49 years old. That should have told her right here, this nigga don't have all his marbles. I'm 49 years old. What kind of baby do he think is popping out of here? It sounds like a script that he uses, first of all. 49 years old, talking about you gonna be my baby mama. The fuck? So they want to tell you all these things that happen in the relationship, but what they aren't telling you is that they were being dumb as a bag of rocks. You're dumb as a bag of rocks. I'm sorry. It's like, come on. You're 49 years old, but you're going to be his baby mama. Oh my God, the delusion is real.
Coffee. So I don't club anymore. When I was younger, yes. As I got older, I had to grow up. So I just meet men wherever. So everyone was doing this online dating thing. So friends at work. So it's like, okay, let me give it a try. So I met this fool online, and he came off really nice and everything. The first couple of times I met him, very, just what you said in the beginning, very nice, sweet, romantic. He was like a godsend to women, really, the way he carried himself, very nice. He would.
And let me tell you something. As we move on, he is a godsend to women. He is a godsend to women. A man, a lot of times we're discounting the fact that a man can be gentle, sweet, nice. He can pamper you and baby you and spoil you. But let me tell you when that ends. It ends where your mouth as a woman begins, right? If this man starts out treating you like this, it means your mouth is where it needs to be. And this is why he's doing what he's doing, right? Women don't understand that the way a man treats you is all in your mouth. Your mouth can make or break you in a relationship. When he's showering you with gifts and he's pampering you and he's spoiling you and he's loving on you, like I said, your mouth is where it needs to be. What happens is you ladies get both feet in the door and you think this man is treating you like this because he's pussy whipped and because you have all these assets and resources that he needs. This is why he's treating you like that. So it makes you feel like you're in control. When that could be that's the furthest thing. Your mouth is where it needs to be. So soon as you get both feet in the door and you think you got him locked down, then your representative disappears and the real you comes out, meaning your mouth and who you really are. As soon as he do something you don't like or he didn't do something that you wanted him to do, then you turn into the demon of the century with your mouth. So like I said, when a man stops being gentle with you, that is where your bad mouth began. And he's like, oh shit, I thought this was her. The bitch done sent her representative too, right? The representative will stay as long as you stay in representative mode. But a lot of us, we do come to each other not real, not being who we really are. Like for me, I curse. So when I come to a man, curse words is flying out of my mouth. So if he with it, he with it. If he ain't, he gonna beat it, right? He gonna leave. I'm not sending no representatives. This is me. If you don't like it, then I'm not something you want to deal with. I have met men that say they don't like women that wear makeup. Okay, well then why the fuck are you in my face? Because I got on eyeliner, mascara, and lipstick, and eyeshadow. So why are you talking to me? I'm not about to take no makeup off of you. That would be me sending my representative. No, this is me. Makeup, cuss words, ghetto, whatever you want to call it. If I'm not your type, please exit stage left. But I'm not sending no representatives. You ladies, you need to start coming as who you are. Take off your waist trainers, right? Take off your wig or whatever it is you do. Come as you are, but if you come in with the wigs and the makeup and all that kind of, you better keep it. You better wake up with it on. You better go to sleep with it on. Because you want to let him know that that is you. That is not your representative. This is me. I wear wigs Monday through Sunday. I wear makeup Monday through Sunday. If you just so happen to catch me without my wig, it's because it's old, I'm buying a new one, or I'm getting my hair done. Right? But don't come to this man all made up and pretty and nice and sweet talking and all that kind of shit. And then when you think you got him, you turn into, the hag of the fucking century. No. He's going to change because you changed. But a man will continue to treat you sweet as long as you are sweet. But once he realizes that you are a vulgar demon, something that he doesn't deal with, that's when the sensitivity is going to stop. So, yeah, something was going on.
Take me on picnics, do almost anything, wash the car, lots of phone calls, do the check-ins, texting, the whole 9 yards. I get text, call, how you doing? Oh, just everything that a woman would want. That was him. But the problem was that was his representative. that wasn't the true him. When I met him, he had 2 kids, a boy and a girl. Okay, cool. That's fine. No problem. As things went along, I really didn't suspect anything. And he really was able to manipulate me because 4 to 5 days, and being a truck driver over the road, you're out the house 4 to 5 days a week. He would come home on the weekends to do his resets. So we were only together in person for at least the 34 hours, which basically is 2 days, sometimes 2.5 days. So there wasn't really enough time not really enough time, but that's how he was able to keep up this persona for 2.5 years. So fast forward.
Okay, no. You allowed him to keep up this persona for 2 years. Anybody knows that time reveals all, right? Give it a little time. Sometimes you ain't got to say shit. You ain't got to look for nothing. You don't have to look inside no phones. You don't have to check no emails. You ain't got to be peeking around a corner. You don't have to be looking in the car for panties and lipstick and eyelashes. Just sit back and time will tell. He wasn't manipulating her with the 2 days out of the week and 5 days gone. She was manipulating herself. She didn't know this man, right? Spending only two days a week with this man, and then when he is there, he's working on business. She allowed herself she manipulated herself. She should have said, well, I'm only seeing this man for 2 days. She's well aware of a representative, right? You're well aware that people do send their representative, and it usually takes a good year for a representative to come out, but that is a year of spending a massive amount of time with this person. She's only spending 2 days out of the week with this man. So yeah, he can, go and do all his shit, get all his anger out, do what he do, frustrations, whatever, his women, this, that, and the third. And then when he comes back to you, he's on reset, right? And so he's just dealing with you. But also, let me say this. When he comes to deal with you, he's coming to deal with the woman that he met in the beginning. So if he comes to deal with you and you aren't that same woman, he's going to change. So we're so busy worrying about what somebody else is and worried about somebody else's representative that we forget about our own representative that we have sent. Right? You forgot that when he met you, you were that sweet, soft voice, little cute thing, regardless of how old you were, because, we old and cute. I got some cute little ladies that I know, you know what I'm saying? In their 60s and 70s, so cute, just makes my heart melt, right? But if you aren't that cute, sweet little thing that he met, when he comes back for them 2 days, he's like, well, shit, what the fuck is this? And then a lot of times men have already invested in you by the time your representative disappears. So it's like, damn, I'm already, 10 toes down with this broad. If I leave now, I'm a lose X, Y, and Z. And he's like, okay, well, maybe, you know what I'm saying? Maybe that representative will come back. Men have brains too. They think too. So stop thinking they some dumb motherfuckers all the time. They got their plans. They got their goals. They know what they want. They know what they want to do. Just like they say, some men will sleep with you and they don't even like you. But it's a goal that they have.
He asked me to marry him twice. I said no. The third time, he pretty much begged me to marry him. We had been 2.5 years into the relationship. All my friends thought that he was so wonderful, this, that, and the other. The problem was, when I wanted to meet his family, he became the victim. He has a narcissistic personality disorder, first of all, but he became the victim. Oh, I don't have family. I'm the black sheep of...
And red flag. That's the main flag. You have been dating this man for 2 years, and he has never taken you to a family picnic, a family reunion, a dinner at mom and dad's house. I don't know, stop by his sister's house to give her some money, or stop by his sister's house to fix her toilet or something, or change her tire. You ain't met a cousin. You ain't met a brother. You haven't met nobody in this man's family. He's hiding something. The sister ain't never came to your house. The mama ain't never came to your house. You what the fuck? And you're military. You're military. Come on. So you married a man without meeting anybody in his life that could tell you anything about this man. You didn't do your research. So what I have deduced from this is that this was a 49-year-old woman on Plenty of Fish who was lonely, desperate, needing the comfort of a man, to where it left her vulnerable to any Joe Donut head that came along and wanted to spend some time with her and tell her she was cute and sexy and have some sex with her. She allowed herself to be manipulated. And now she doesn't want to take accountability for anything that has taken place in this relationship. You haven't been paying attention to society. At 49 years old, before Kevin Samuels even hit the scene, you already know that at 49 years old, what man is really checking for you unless you got something he needs? Men usually like to get you pregnant. She's 49 years old. She's well beyond childbearing years. Right? They like them young. Right? They like them docile. They like them needy. Right? But you're a 49-year-old woman with grown children out of your childbearing years, and you didn't think to ask yourself, what does this man want with me? You should have sat back for maybe 4 years and figured out what this man wanted. But no. And then even after he wouldn't even introduce you to anybody in his family, you gave in to marrying him. You haven't talked to now family member. You ain't talked to now friend. He all in your life, all around your friends, presenting a certain image, and you never got to get a peek into his family and what they were like. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Hi, Randy. So Randy says, yes, like we like younger women. I date 19 and 25 years old. Yes. And it's not to say that older women aren't still desirable, or older women, provide nothing. We do. But you have to be in reality. Get in reality. The reality of the situation is that as a 49-year-old woman, who is really checking for you if you don't have anything to offer? And then here's the thing. At 49 years old, no husband, no man, you should be happy that somebody is giving you the time of day. You should be appreciative. Right? But we let our feelings and we let our ego and we let our self-esteem get in the way. If somebody needs you, that's a freaking blessing. I'm sorry. You ain't got shit. You ain't got no man. You lonely. You ain't got nobody to share your life with, and somebody comes along, whether they need your resources or not, you know what I'm saying? They're willing to give you their time, spend some time with you, marry you. You're ungrateful, just like Princella. You should have stayed in sweet mode, right? The reality of the situation is that men cheat. You're 49 years old. Come on. You thought that this man was just going to be with you and you alone? And then if you add the fact that this man is a truck driver, do you know what truck drivers do when they're out on the road? They screw prostitutes because they're out on the road. They still have sexual needs that they need to get met. And every man is not going to sit and whack off and he's on the road for 5 days. No, he wants some real stuff. So you didn't even take into consideration that the man's a freaking truck driver. So he's out there like that. You haven't met his family. You only see him 2 days out the week. And then you marry him. It sounds like somebody's not taking accountability. We women have to realize when we're bringing these things on ourselves. She brought this shit on herself. She did not do her research. Yes, they pay for women who doesn't know that. But who doesn't know this? But who doesn't know this? Right? But who doesn't know this? I know this. I ain't never dated. Well, you know what? Matter of fact, I did meet a couple of truck drivers in my younger years, right? And I already knew. You're on the road, dude. You don't even live in this town. You don't even live in this state. So why would I even give myself unto you? And you finna be gone the next day. You probably just here at my house or something because you need a place to stay and you don't want to pay for a hotel room. Who knows what the situation is? But we all know truck drivers patronize prostitution. It's a fact.
Sheep of the family. This happens, that happens. They don't want me around. Basically, what he was doing then was isolating me, not allowing me to meet his family.
No. He was not isolating you. You were already isolated from his family. You just didn't recognize it. You just didn't realize it. When a man is serious about you and he's happy to be with you and he feels like he found something, the first thing he wants to do is take you bragging to his family. Look at what I got. I got a new woman. I want y'all to meet her. Right? You're going to be going to the family gatherings. You're going to be going over here, over there. But it could be true that maybe his family don't like him. His family don't want him around. But family tends to not really hold grudges, right? They be mad at you for a time and then they'll be like, hey, you know, we're having a family gathering. You want to come? Right? Or somebody in the family going to call you and say something. So even though we find out that he was lying about it, but still. The fact of the matter is that you see how she's putting all this on him? It's all his fault. She's taking no responsibility. He did this. It's he. It's not, I shouldn't have married him and not meeting his family, but I decided to go ahead and marry him anyway. Okay. So you didn't meet his family. So you made a conscious decision to marry him. You didn't marry him in the first 6 months of meeting him, and then all of a sudden he don't want you to meet his family. No, you were dating this dude for 2 years, and you had never set eyes on anybody in his family. That should have told you something right there. But you made a conscious decision to marry him, so now you need to own it. And this is what they don't want to do. You buy the product. You didn't inspect it properly. You bought it, you got it home, and now you don't like it. It's too bad. You're stuck with it. There's no refunds. So own it. Turn the lemons into lemonade.
Because when I met his family at the 3-year mark, they told me if we had known you before you got married, we would have told you not to marry him. And there's lots of reasons.
Okay, she wouldn't have listened. She would not have listened. And you know why she would not have listened? Because she married him without meeting his family. Hello? She married him without meeting his family. So it would not have meant anything about what his family said or any reasons, because she would have rationalized it for herself like she's been doing, right? She would have said, well, that was him in the past, right? That's not him now. I don't see any of those behaviors from him like we do. We rationalize it for ourselves and we make excuses, and we don't listen as women, right? Sometimes the D is just that good, or sometimes, he appears to be a changed man, and so we don't listen. She wouldn't have listened anyway. She would have still married him because she didn't have nothing else. She didn't have anybody else or anything else. I mean, look at where she met him. She met him on Plenty of Fish. So do you really think she would have listened to anything his family had to say? Look where you met him. You met him on a hoe site.
The reasons why he didn't share this information.
And she met him on a hoe site. But with her being 49 years old, he probably suspected this is not a hoe. Right? So let me see what she's talking about. Usually you got the young girls that's on the host sites. You got the women that have a lot of beauty on these websites. The women that are selling sex on these websites that have to be, beautiful and in shape and young or look young, right? But when he probably met her on the site, he probably said, nah, this bitch 49 years old, she ain't no hoe. Let me see what she talking about. Right? She probably put all her assets on there. I got this, I got that, I do this, I did that, and this, that, and the third. And he was like, oh yeah. He was like, oh yeah, let me throw this fishing line out there. Caught one. Right?
This information with me. So fast forward past all that, I'm thinking, oh well, you got me. I will make a home. I'll give you a home. Blah blah blah. When I met this man, he didn't have $5,000 in the bank. Driving trucks, he really didn't have anything. So I took him in. Everything was good. He asked me to marry him twice. I said no. Third time, he begged and pleaded. So June 2000.
Okay, so she said, I took him in. Everything was good, right? So that means for the past 2 years that she was seeing him on the weekends, everything was good. Everything was fine. He asked her to marry him. He asked her to marry him twice. She declined. Third time, she said, okay. Why? Because everything was good, despite the fact that she had never met anyone in his family, right? So yeah. Okay, let's
2015 we get married. I saw the real, the 90, I call him the 98%er because that's who he is 98% of the time. I saw the 98%er about 2 weeks after we got married. But I missed that red flag because in 2.5 years, I'd never seen that behavior. So I just kind of disregarded it as him having a bad day. As time went on, I started to see it more and more because he couldn't hold that persona, especially if we were around each other for.
Okay, now let me say this. Let me say this really quick. So she said 2 weeks after we got married, the real him came out, right? Well, here's the thing with that. This is what I'm going to say about that. Men, if they view you as a certain type of woman, right? A lot of men don't expect you to do wife things when you're not a wife, right? So they'll be okay sometimes with you not washing their clothes or with you not consistently cooking for them because, mind you, they don't live with you, right? He comes over on the weekends. He's not expecting any of these wifely things from you, right? But after you get married, now he's expecting you to go into wife mode. right? If you go into wife mode, which means you're washing his clothes, you're cooking for him, you're worried about him, you're doing everything that a wife does, your behavior is good, your mouth is sound, you know what I'm saying, your focus is on your man, because mind you, she don't have no kids, so she doesn't have all her kids are grown. So what else do you have to do aside from cater to your man? There's no little babies running around, so he's expecting her as a single woman with grown kids. You're my wife now. Now I'm expecting you to go into wife mode. And I'm assuming that this did not happen. So therefore, unhappy life, unhappy husband. Right? You're not carrying yourself like a wife. So why the fuck am I here? All right, you know, he already married her, bought her a ring. He figured maybe let me give it some time, but then men do change, right? So it could be one of the two. Either he was just an asshole to begin with and he was sending his representative, or she didn't kick into wife mode. And we're going to hear she didn't kick into wife mode.
For like a week at a time or whatever the case may be. By this time, I created the trucking company, and I wanted, because I like to travel. He couldn't travel because he always had to punch a clock, so I created the trucking company, and then he came and drove for me. At about 3.5 years into the relationship, remember he had 2 kids. Child support letter comes. I call him and say, "You're not paying your baby's mama her child support?" Because the nigga already know I don't support deadbeat dads up in here. You can't take care of your responsibility. I'm the wrong person to be with. Don't work that way. He's like, no, he swore up and down he was paying the child support. He told me to open the letter. I opened the letter. Wait a minute. This is not your children's name. You got one child that's a girl, one child that's a boy. My God, here's a third child that's a girl. Okay, who the hell is this child? Crickets. I don't hear nothing. I'm like, motherfucker, I know you hear me talking to you. Who is this child? So then he tells me who the child is. Okay, well, why didn't you say you had three children when you met me?
Did you ask? Right? Did you ask? So it sounds to me as if this was a non-questioning woman that he had, right? And men love that. They love it when you don't ask questions. They love it when you're scared to ask questions. And this older woman, she was probably non-questioning because questions usually run a man away. When you start questioning him, like, how many kids you got, or how many baby mamas you got, or what's this or what's that, she should have been hounding him within the first year about meeting his family. She was non-questioning. And so now all of a sudden she's married to him and now she's questioning, right? So, and then she's saying, oh, well, why didn't you tell me? No, honey, why didn't you ask? Right? And why did you marry a man that didn't introduce you to anybody in his family? It means he has shit to hide. He's hiding stuff from you. So if he's hiding his family from you, one would ask themselves this question: what else is he hiding? Maybe I should give things a little bit more time so that I can see what he's hiding. Right? Maybe I should give it a little bit more time to see what other skeletons come out of the closet. Or how about this? How about I not marry him at all, so I don't have to worry about what skeletons will come out of his closet? And if skeletons do come out of his closet, so what? Because I'm not his wife. You're military. You're taught to sit and wait. You're taught to sit in the fucking bush and wait for the enemy to come, or to scope out the enemy. It takes time and patience. What's going on here?
Let's see. How old are the children? Oh, that's why you didn't tell me. Because your daughter's 10, your son is 8, but your daughter's 8 too. And they're not twins. Go figure why you didn't tell me that. So his story was, well, me and the baby mama, we had broke up. I got my own place and I met another girl and she moved in with me and she got pregnant 3 months after my son was born. So it sounds plausible and it could have happened, but now I got my eye on you. I'm keeping an eye on you. So fast forward another year after that, here comes another child support letter. I ain't calling on this one. I'll open that letter right on up. A 4th child, a boy. Okay, call that motherfucker up. What's the story gonna be? What's the damn story gonna be this time? Because here comes child number fucking 4, and how old is this child? First, no, nothing at all. No silence from him, and he always runs his mouth. Motherfucker, I know you hear me talking to you. You better start talking about this 4th child. First thing I want to know is how old is the child? He tells me how old the child is. Now I really got the picture. You can't tell me that you met some other girl or this is the same girl and y'all just happened and she just happened to got pregnant, because I know you were with your baby mama during this time. So had you disclosed this information to me when we met, I would have known immediately what type of man you were.
No, baby girl. You knew what type of man he was when he did not introduce you to his family, right? But her want for a man, she's just overlooking important questions that she should be asking, right? This woman hasn't done not one background check on this man. Know thy enemy, but damn sure know thy friend. And most certainly know thy spouse. She hasn't done a background check would have told her so much about this man. Why she didn't do that? Why you didn't do a background check? So this is what I'm saying. These women want to place all the blame on the men when we are in the age of computers. Do you not know back in my day, there was no such thing as going on the internet and doing a background check on a guy. You had to rely on what came out of his mouth. And then who knew about going to do a records request? We don't know shit about that. But we are in the age of the computers, and she did not do not one background check. It costs $1. It literally costs $1 to do a background check on a person. And she didn't do not one freaking background check. Did you even know what his mama's name was? It would have told you everybody, his mama, his daddy. If his daddy was on the birth certificate, it would have told you his sisters. It would have gave you some cousins. It would have gave you some numbers, some previous addresses, all that. It probably would have even gave you some kids, his 2 kids that he was associated with, paying child support for. Like, what the fuck? And so it's all his fault because you didn't do your research? Because you were a non-questioning woman, and now that you've married this man, and now that he has a definitive address for them to send child support letters to, they're coming in your house. They're coming in your house. So you only spent weekends with this man for 2 years. You never met his family, and then you married him. Whose fault is that? That's not his fault. That is your fault for not doing your due diligence as a vulnerable, older, single woman. But it gets deeper. It gets deeper.
Cheater. You are a cheater. Well, no, I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah.
And no, he's not a cheater. A man that is not married is not a cheater. That is a free man to do whatever he wants to do. And if you are a woman that's going to open your legs to a man and not have him marry you, that is all your responsibility. A man that is not married can do what he wants to do, and he is not considered a cheater. Now, once he is married and he takes another woman behind his wife's back, then and only then is he considered a cheater. Y'all better wake up and understand these facts about relationships. Just the same, if you are a woman that is not married and you are seeing a man and you decide to take another man, you're not a cheater. You're a free single woman to sleep with who you want to sleep with. But when you become married and you take another man, then you become a cheater. If that's not something you and your husband has agreed with, y'all didn't open y'all relationship, y'all marriage. So y'all, first of all, y'all got things twisted from the beginning.
Blah, I don't want to hear it. Then that's when you kind of came into the picture, and we were. I'm just going through the motions now because I don't want nothing to do with you because I know what kind of man you are. I didn't know about the cheating part.
But see, here's the thing. All these babies and women took place, mind you, before they got married. So you're holding him accountable for things that have happened in the past that have nothing to do with your relationship. That has nothing to do with your marriage. That has everything to do with him in the past. Now, I could see if the baby was 2 years old, 8 months old, 9 months old, 6 months old, 3 months old. Okay, then now that is a part of our marriage. But all those children took place before the marriage, and just because you don't know about it doesn't mean that your marriage is fucked up. It just means that he ain't tell you that and you didn't ask. So why are you letting those things of the past come now and affect your current marriage, right? At least those things. But here we go. Here's where the real wreck comes in at. When Princella comes into the picture, this is where shit really gets wrecked.
Hard on me until you were the first one, Princella. So, like I said, I don't fault you in any of this because I already knew what I was dealing with. So when you had called, I got your number and I called and talked to you later. You told me your side of the story. When I confronted him, you were nothing but a bitch to him, a lot lizard, all the things, and I had to stop.
Now, I'm not the brightest diamond in the bunch. So when I heard lot lizard, I was like, what the fuck is a lot lizard, right? So I decided to look up what a lot lizard was. And to my surprise, I was like, oh, they have a name for it? So let me share my screen and we're going to look at what a lot lizard is. Usually, when a man knows you, he knows what to call you. But if you haven't had any encounters with a man like Princella says she didn't have, they don't know what to call you. They just gonna call you, I don't know, some bitch, right? But when he has defined you as a certain thing, so she said at 35:57, she said the only contact I had with this guy was at the truck stop, right? But yet and still, he has a word for you, which is lot lizard, right? And so let me stop sharing my screen. I'm going to share my screen because I was like, what the fuck is a lot lizard? I was like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. So I looked it up and I went to this site called Wiktionary. I don't know if you guys can see this, but apparently a lot lizard is the term was popularized by the 2000 novel Sarah, a fictional account of the life of a truck stop prostitute. I was like, oh my god, like what the, so that's what a lot lizard is. So in slang, it says a prostitute at a truck stop, a girl who loiters at any location that can be described as a lot, looking for a sexual encounter, a poor and uneducated person, a salesperson at an automobile dealership, a customer at an automobile dealership to whom a vehicle is difficult to sell, a snowboarder or a skier that tailgates in the parking lot of a ski resort on a nice spring day. Now, when I looked up, there were some other definitions of lot lizard that I seen, and the reason why they say lot is because of the parking lot. And then the reason why they say lizard is because lizards jump from rock to rock, right? So lot lizard, woman who jumps from dick to dick, right? So he described her as a lot lizard, a woman that jumps from dick to dick. If he doesn't know her and didn't have any encounters with her and he really didn't know her as a person, how then can he fix his lips to call her a lot lizard? Because this is what he learned of her. And this is what he defined her as, just a lot lizard, some bitch that's, sleeping around as a truck driver. I was like, whoa, lot lizard. And what she's doing is she isn't listening to her husband. Right? When men speak, even though they lie, there's a certain amount of truth in what they say, right? They can tell you, I don't fuck with that bitch. She don't mean nothing to me. Which means I just fucked her one time. She a hoe. Right? So you'll be thinking he has some full-fledged relationship with a broad, and he just fucked her one time. She just fucked her one time. She's a hoe. Well, how do you know this? Well, because, I did have a few conversations with her. It wasn't so easy to get between her legs. So I did find out some information about her, and I did watch her movements because, see, a man will watch your movements as well. And believe it or not, they listen to what's not being said. Men, they are very, very good at listening to what is not being said. It is women that only listen to what's being said, and they're only listening to respond. Okay, so keep that in mind.
Stop him. You're not going to talk about women like that you approach. Oh no, she approached me. I don't even want to hear it because it's a lot coming out your goddamn mouth. So at that point, I told him, we are through. Don't come this way. Don't talk to me. Don't look at me. So this is probably about the 4-year mark. And I remember one day he calls me and acts like he has he butt dials me. He pretends like he butt dials me. So I'm sitting there listening to, I say hello, and I could hear him, man, yeah. And I told the bitch that if she ain't fucking, I'm leaving, such and such. So he's referring to me, but he's acting like he's talking to somebody. But I know he ain't talking to nobody. For one, I don't hear nothing in the background. I'm saying to myself, this motherfucker sitting up in the truck talking to his damn self. But I got something for you. Oh, if I ain't fucking, you ain't. And we weren't having sex then, because like I told him, you're not going to bring shit home to me. We had already stopped having sex by then, because you're not bringing no damn disease home to me.
Okay, so a lot of women say this. Oh, well, I'm not going to fuck him anymore because, he ain't going to bring nothing home for me. Little did you know, he been fucking around on you the whole time. He's been cheating on you the whole entire time. But now that you find out, now all of a sudden you're not going to sleep with him because you don't want him to bring you a disease home. He's been fucking around the whole time. You have been sharing your man the whole time. You've been sharing him the whole time. You've been at risk for venereal disease the entire time. So, I mean, do women even think like that? Do they even think about that? You find out your man, you find out about one woman, and you automatically think that that is the only woman that he has slept with since you have been together. You gotta be crazy and delusional to think that just because this one woman came forward, that she is the only one. He has been screwing around you the entire time. You have been at risk for the venereal disease this entire time. Give me a break.
He's home to me. Never had it and never will. So then, since we ain't having sex, probably about 3 or 4 months later, I said, yeah, since we ain't having sex, why are you still here? I'm trying to get rid of the nigga. Can't get rid of him. It's okay. I'm still on my game watching him.
So, I mean, just look at how she refers to him. Look at how she talks about him. Look at how, her views of the situation. Look at how manly she sounds. Look at how just dismissive of him as a human being she sounds. When you're dealing with a man that has had a full life, that has been through things, that has done things. Like, what perfect man are you going to run into? The only perfect man, or the only man that hasn't been through anything that you're going to run into, is probably someone that's 18, 19 years old, right? And this is why men want 18, 19, 20, 22-year-olds, because they haven't been through a full round of life yet. Right? So if they meet you and you're 35, it means you've been around the block a couple of times. There's some history there. Right? Same thing with men. What man do you think you're going to get in his 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s who hasn't been around the block about 10 times, and you're expecting him to have this perfect life? Those things about a man having multiple children, having been in prison, having, falling out with his family members that he don't talk to. What older man are you going to find that doesn't have these things in his background? Those are some of the things you should already have in your mind. Like, oh my God, okay, well, he probably got 2-3 kids out there. What man don't have 2-3 kids out there, 2-3 baby mamas? They can lie all they want to with these statistics talking about, black men don't, a lot of black men don't have babies. That's a fucking lie. It's a lie. They're liars, right? A lot of the majority of these men have been to prison, either as children, juveniles, young adults, right? It is up to you to do your due diligence and do background checks on these guys to see who they really are versus who they're telling you they are. Right? So just because a man doesn't tell you that he's been to prison doesn't mean that he hasn't been to prison. It just means that he didn't feel the need to tell you. Like, what does it have to do with the price of rice of China today if his intentions are good? That does not mean that you aren't to ask the question, or you aren't to do a background check to see if he's telling you the truth as to why he was in prison. Because some men be like, oh yeah, I went to jail because, I did so and such. And it's a lie. They did so much more. Right? So this is a woman that was non-questioning in the beginning, did not do her due diligence, did not do a background check, held things against him that happened before their relationship took place. Right? And then decided not to sleep with him because she found out about one woman, didn't want to catch venereal diseases, but come to find out the whole time he had been screwing multiple women, and you have been at risk for venereal disease all this time. So make it make sense. Can we make it make sense, or is there no making it make sense? Right? So she is not wanting to be held accountable for none of her part in this relationship.
I studied him like a hawk. Like I tell him, I know you better than the back of my hand. I know him better than he knows himself.
And that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard out of a woman's mouth. I know him better than he knows himself. You don't know shit. Because this is a man that has been through so much, has been through so many states, has done so many things. What makes you think you know this man better than him after 4 years of being with him, and 2 of those years were spent on weekends? That's the problem with a lot of these women. You think you know a man until he pop you upside your head, and you, oh, I didn't know he was what he put his hands on women. Okay, but you know everything. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You don't know shit about this man. This man ain't told you about no kids, them extra 2 kids he had. You've never met his family. You never had a good conversation with his mother, his sister, a friend. You're not even out on the road with him, driving from state to state. You don't know shit about this man. You are still finding out about this man. So how do you know him better than he knows himself? Only he knows what's in his mind. He could be telling you he loves you, and he can be even showing you that he loves you. But in his mind, he could be like, fuck this bitch. Come on now. I mean, make it make sense. This is the problem with you women. Don't know him, know yourself. If you would have known yourself, you and you're saying you're the person that you are. I don't tolerate no man not paying child support and this, that, and the third. Then you would have did your due diligence to find out how many kids he really have. Y'all bros, y'all talk a good game. But in the end, these men end up making fools out of you because you think you know them. You don't know them. You don't even know yourself. You don't even stick to your standards as a woman, the standards that you have put in place as protective measures against these men. You don't even stick to those.
Himself. What he failed to tell me was that he was in prison for 7 years.
See, what he failed to tell me was, did you ask? Did you do a background check? What were you doing while he was out on the road 5 days a week? Nothing? Twiddling your thumbs? Twisting up your dreads? What the fuck were you doing? You're supposed to be looking into this dude. You ain't met no mama. You ain't met no daddy, no grandpa, no grandma, no sister, no brother, no cousin, no friend, no ex-girlfriend, no nobody. What the fuck were you doing while he was out there 5 days a week? What were you doing? Oh, he failed to tell me. No, he ain't failed to tell you shit. He told you what he wanted to tell you. He told you what he felt he needed to tell you. But you failed to find out the information that you needed to know. And this is what I mean by this is this man's program. Either you with his program or you not. If you're not asking questions and doing background checks and doing your due diligence, it means that you are willing to stand with him irregardless of what, because you don't know what. So now how is it his failure to disclose information to you that you didn't ask?
I only recently found that out. 7 years for selling drugs.
And she said, I only recently found that out, right? So how do you know him better than he know himself again? How do you know him better than he know himself again? Which means you didn't know he was in prison. So you missed 7 years of knowing who this man was. This was a different man in prison for 7 years. So this means that this is a whole entire 7 years of a man that you know nothing about. So how do you know him better than he know himself again? You don't even know what he's been through in prison. So how do you know him better than he know himself again? You see the dumb shit that come out of women's mouths? It's your mouth.
While he was in jail, he assaulted a guard, got a felony assault there. He got a felony assault in Milledgeville, Georgia for assaulting someone. He got arrested for picking up prostitutes. He was soliciting prostitutes and solicited in.
Now, she would have known all this had she done a background check. She would have known all this. And this is not even the icing on the cake. Let's continue to listen.
An undercover agent, an undercover officer. He spent 14 months in Milledgeville jail for raping a woman. None of this. You never told me any.
What? She didn't do not one background check on this man, and you mean to tell me that you're in bed with a rapist? And I would like to know the details of that. I mean, was it date rape? Was it what kind was it? What kind of rape was it? There's different kinds. So what kind was it? He breaking somebody's window and rape them? What kind of situation was it? So you didn't do. He failed to tell you. He had to tell you shit. It is your responsibility to find out who you let inside of your home.
Any of this.
Now you know what? Because after I admit,
here she come with some dumb shit. Shut the fuck up. Here she come. Listen to what she said. This is some dumb shit she about to say. You know what? She sound drunk.
Met him, right? That day I talked to you that he came to the truck stop. Mm-hmm. I had a dream that night. Like, I didn't know him at all, nowhere near that well. I had only met him at the truck stop, right? But I had a dream that day. And I had a dream that somebody broke into my truck to rape me, and they were strangling me. It was him. And that was the vibe that I got from him.
That was the vibe that she got from him. But yet and still, she continued to call him. Yet and still, she got in the car with him for him to rub her between her thighs and her belly. She even sounds like a bag of rocks. You got this vibe from this man, and yet and still, you continued to communicate with him, sext him, call his phone, talk to him. But this is the vibe you got from him. Yeah, so I mean, come on now. She sounds dumb as a bag of rocks. Her instinct, she disregarded her instincts as a woman. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, how is it these men's fault? Oh, that's right. Patriarchy is the culprit. Patriarchy made you dismiss the fact that this man, you got bad vibe. It was patriarchy's fault. No, what it was is that you were using this man for whatever resource he had, despite the fact that he was married, and despite the fact that you got a creepy vibe from him. So this is the women that we're talking about, these women will dismiss all these red flags. You know why? Because they're using these men for their resources. The men aren't using these women for resources. The women are using these men for resources, right? If it's just a matter of sex, men can get sex from anywhere easily. They can pay $40 for sex. Sex don't even cost that much nowadays. So it ain't pussy that these men are trying to get from these women. It's these women coming in contact with these men to see what they can get from them, because they don't have their shit together, and because they're needy broads, uneducated broads out here doing men's work. Don't you know a man's work is the hardest work in the world to do? Loading and unloading trucks with a womb. Do you not know lifting heavy materials and things can cause you to need a hysterectomy, can cause you to hemorrhage, can cause you so much destruction to your reproductive system, hernias to your bowels? A man's work is the hardest work to do. So why in the hell would you not think that these women would be using these men for their resources? That's what she was doing. She was using this woman's husband for a resource. I don't give a shit what she said. I met him one time at the truck stop, and this is the only contact I had with him at the truck stop. But you were so involved with this man that you were able to get a creepy rapist vibe from him. Make that make sense. How is it you only came in contact with this man at the truck stop, but you were able to get a creepy vibe from him like that? You have to spend time around a man in order to get a creepy vibe like that. So, I mean, dumb as a bag of rocks, both of them. Both of them. I don't know how y'all listening to this broad. She really got y'all hook, line, and sinker on this men are incapable of love bullshit, and they're predators, and they're this, and they're that, and they're this, and they're that. I told y'all, protect your mind, because your mind is one way to your pockets. And this is what she has done. She has gotten your mind because she wanted to get in your pockets, and you allowed her to do that. And now you want to come on my goddamn videos and try to tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay.
Yeah. And so I'm not surprised.
Be glad you didn't get involved, because yes, he would have forced himself on you. Because I started watching after the encounter with you, I started going through my numbers on my phone bill, on our business phone bill. And it's like, I'm seeing all these numbers. So I start calling these numbers. Nothing but women are answering these numbers. Then I start talking to these women. Now, who are you speaking to? Were you speaking to Albert? I know it's him because it's his phone. And what is he telling me? Well, these women.
So she's married to a trucker. She's married to a trucker that spends the majority of his time on the road. She is 49, 48, let me see, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, because we're at the 4-year mark. She's 53 years old, and she would think in her peon of a mind that he's not fucking other women. You're 52 years old. You got powder and dust coming out of that vagina. You think he's not getting some wop? The delusion is real. Right. She went from pro-black to the... yeah, she did. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Oh, she talked a good game. Oh my God. Oh, here, let me switch gears really quick. The fact that you mentioned she went from pro-black to this, let me tell you, not only did she go from pro-black to this, she went from being so concerned about men to now demoralizing them, right? Look, take a look at this. Hold on a quick minute. And this was another live that I was going to do, but I'll just add it here, and I'll make a part 2. But we get to look at the Princella that was before the Princella that we see before us today. Beautiful young lady. Beautiful young lady. I won't take none of that from her. Gorgeous. Gorgeous as a young girl. Even with her teeth messed up. Gorgeous young girl. So yeah, and I think that her teeth look better then than they do now. But that's what happens when you start fucking around in your mouth. But here we go. Here we go. She talked a good game. She talked a good game back then. And she went from pro-black, caring about men, to y'all, the scum of the earth, you're predators, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that. But yeah, look at this. Yeah, watch this.
What's up, everybody? It's your girl, Princella, coming at you live and chilling, and me and the dog. And I just want to do a after review of today's video. And if you here, let's go ahead and talk about it. So we'll give people enough time to get in, so we can have this little discussion about what happened earlier. Because what happened earlier, actually, even though it was unplanned, went in the exact direction that I explained that a lot of these conversations will tend to go. Now, for those who are unaware, you do know that the guy deleted me. He deleted me, kicked me off his friend list. Okay. And was pretty upset. Now, how many times have I told you about irrational emotionalism? We talked about this. Now, for those who are not aware, which you probably are aware because I stated it, it was maybe about 15 minutes before I went live, okay, that I actually called him on the phone so that I could set up the Skype to make sure that it was correct. All right. So during that time, while I'm trying to do, the setup, we're having a conversation. In this conversation, we were in total agreement. There was nothing different that I stated on camera than I stated behind the camera. Okay. And his almost exact words, because we started talking about building an infrastructure, and he was talking about, there are towns that you can buy and this and that. Yes, Niema, he did delete me. There are towns that you can buy and all of this stuff. And he specifically said, I like Boyce Watkins. As a matter of fact, I work directly with Boyce Watkins. He said, but there's only so much they're willing to do, people like him are willing to do, because they don't want to taint their brand for what they're doing monetarily. Okay. So he said this out of his own mouth. So when we get on camera, oh, and by the way, I mentioned to him what I wanted him to talk about, because I specifically said, I say, look, as a guy, I want you to come here and talk to the males from a male perspective, because I'm pretty hard on the guys here. Now, based on his video yesterday, when he was talking about boyhood or manhood and the cancer, I felt that he could come in and convey that same message that he had on his video yesterday to the guys here today. However, when we go on camera, I notice that it's a lot. I agree, and it's a lot of buts. And I'm like, okay, so what are we doing the buts for? Because 5 to 6, 15 minutes prior to getting on here, we was in total agreement. So now that we're in front of all of the people, you go a different direction. So I'm like, okay. Now when I say, I ain't say nothing any different than I've been saying the whole time we have been discussing on Facebook. But here's the thing, people. Here's the thing. We got to get out of that I'm going to protect somebody or I'm going to defend somebody just because we like them. Let me tell you something. Nobody, no human being is beyond criticism.
Okay, thank you very much. No human being is beyond criticism. So why are her groupies coming on my videos and asking me why ain't doing this and then well, because we want to look into who has demonized men, right? You can't go from supporting men to demonizing them, trying to help them to demonizing them, because any smart person would ask oneself the question, why? And the conclusion I've come up with is money. So basically, it's like a Kevin Samuels bait and switch, or like a usual Black person's bait and switch. First, they're all about Black people, right? They're all about Black people to draw you in, and because we Black people, we love being Black. We love our race. We love who we are. We actually love helping each other. We are actually communal as far as being Black people, right? So what you'll have is these Black content creators. They'll start I'll tell you when that was. I'll tell you when that was. I think it was like 6 years ago, something like that. I think it was like 6 years ago or something. I'll tell you when it was. But we have these Black content creators who come in with Black power, and it's all about the Black people, and we're going to help fix the Black race, and we're going to help Black people. And then what ends up happening is that they think they're going to make so much money off of Black people and doing the pro-Black thing and Black power this and, Black power that. And then when they see that the money ain't rolling in, because they know Black people got money, right? They know Black people got money. So what they do is they come in through the conscious community, and they get recognized, they get noticed, they get popular, and they get, all this support because they're talking about Black power this and Black people this, and Black people, we need to do this, and Black people, we need to do that. And then when they figure out that the money is spread thin through Black power movements in the pro-Black community, because it's really a small community, right? It's not a huge community. So therefore the paper is thin, right? The paper is not that much. So what they do is they switch up and they go into their own direction, and they figure out some idea to catch, people that are in the pro-Black community as well as outside of the Black community. So just like the church does, they tap into the Black community first. And then when they figure out that there's a whole nother community out there that they could be getting resources, hence money from, then they expand. Okay, now we're going to open the church to all, because they figure, hey, there's untapped resources out there. If we just stick totally to Black people, we're cutting ourselves short as far as finances. But if we open the doors to everyone, then we'll have more money flowing in. So what this chick did was, Her end goal all this time was to bust on the scene and come with some new fresh idea and tap into a world that hadn't been tapped into yet in order to make money. And she was successful at doing that, but what she had to do was she had to demonize men. And what she didn't want to do is she didn't want to just demonize Black men like she really wanted to do. So she made it an umbrella thing. Men are incapable of love. But what she really wanted to say was Black men are incapable of love. But if she did that, she would be cutting out women of other races, right? Because Black women aren't the only ones that go through adversities. Women of other color go through adversities. In order to tap into them, you can't just stick to Black men are incapable of love. You have to say that all men are incapable of love so that women of other races come and give their finances and resources as well. So this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. Because this chick is a scammer. How do you go from, pro-Black and this and that to men are incapable of love? It's a catchphrase, and it's a whole idea that she thought of, and she sat back and she came up with all this content that didn't belong to her, all this research that didn't belong to her, discounting the fact that of racism for Black men, which is the number one reason for their behaviors and the way that they're treated. But then it leaves no excuse for why the other men of other races act the way they do. Black men have a legitimate reason why they're acting the way that they act. They ain't got shit else to do but tear some shit down because they're not allowed to build anything up. So if you can't build anything up, what is the other direction? Tear shit down. But then what's the other races of men excuses for the same behaviors that they display as that Black men are displaying? They don't have any excuses because they have everything.
Okay? No human being is beyond question. It don't matter.
And what is her main thing? Don't question me. I know what I'm doing. Y'all questioning me. I know why I'm doing an interview with Charleston White. I know what I'm doing. Don't question me. Isn't that her famous words? Don't question me. Well, who the fuck do you think you are? You're going to be questioned. Isn't that what you just said?
No matter how much you like them, because let me explain something to you. The people that you defend, that you put on a pedestal like God, you can't talk shit about the Christians if you're doing the same thing to human beings that the Christians are doing in reference to Jesus. The Christians defend everything about Jesus, but then you turn around and defend everything about a human being. Now,
that's what her followers do. They defend everything about her. Oh, leave Princella alone. She's doing good work in the community. Leave her alone. This, that, and the third. But why? And you got to go back to the beginning to figure out why have we reached this point? Right? Why have we reached this point? It appears to me that she was getting along with men just fine. And then all of a sudden, they're the demons and they're doing all, and patriarchy is the culprit. Patriarchy caused you to do what you're doing as women. The men took control, and this fake world. The world is not fake. The world is very, very real. The world is very, very real because we've evolved, right? People are living longer. That's why brides are older, right? People weren't living long lives back in the day. So therefore, women had to have children at younger ages. But she won't tell you that, right? She won't tell you that. She won't tell you the fact that babies died and women died in childbirth and men died and they died from all kinds of diseases that we didn't know about. So had we not had women have babies at an early age, the population would be none. This is why people had so many babies back in the day. Of course, there was no such thing as birth control. There was no such thing as condoms, right? So when a woman started her cycle, it did mean that she was in childbearing years and could have a baby. But moving forward, now we have medicine, we have interventions, we have prenatal care, we have all these things into place to where you no longer have to give up your young child to a man to start populating the earth. Now we're overpopulated. So she's given half of the story. She's given half of the story, and she's being very, very dishonest. All for a buck.
Now, this page is about solid truth, okay? If they had the answers, people, you got to ask yourself this. If they had the answers, why hasn't anything changed? Farrakhan had been walking around here for decades, okay? For decades. All of these people that so-called got the answers got their own little faction or their own tribe.
Okay, but isn't this the pot calling the kettle black? Now she has her own faction and her own tribe. And shit still ain't changed, as evidenced by the comments that I'm getting on my page. What is the purpose of what she is doing? What change is she trying to make? And what change is she trying to make by demonizing men, separating? See, what she's doing is she's trying to separate the men from the women. When in all actuality, if men threw their hands up, this earth would go into ruins. It would literally go into ruins. So what I propose is that neither men nor women are capable of love. Because what the fuck is love but a man-made word? We were put on this earth to populate, copulate, give birth, as evidenced by our fucking reproductive organs. If that is not why we were put on earth, then why the fuck are we here with a penis and a vagina and a uterus and sperm and eggs? Why were we put here? We weren't put here to be in love with each other. We were put here to have babies, to make people. And the more men that were born, the more protections were needed for women. And with women running society, women can't protect. How are women going to protect society when there are so many more men being born and so many more different personalities being born with so many more issues? It was inevitable that men were going to take over if, in fact, women did run whatever the fuck it is, the globe, or whatever the fuck it is you're talking about. It was inevitable. So give me a break. Anyway, I'm going to stop sharing, then I'm going to go back to what I was saying. But I mean, this was just, her main thing is don't question me. Don't question me. Don't question me. But yet and still she says anybody can be questioned. So which is it, honey?
Back to the numbers and things. This is what I look through. I'm looking through the phone bill all these.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure I can get started back where we were. But I mean, I'm telling y'all, it's a whole fucking scam. It's a whole fucking scam. She done got y'all to dump your men. She done got you to look at men as if they're the scum of the earth. She and for what? $1. For $1. And then who is her audience anyway? Who's her audience? A bunch of misbehaving, foul mouthed, rude, don't know how to treat a man women. Old broads who out the game that shouldn't even be in the game anymore, should be bouncing their grandbabies up on their laps with their old ass husband sitting next to them. But since they ain't got one, they still out here looking for one. And then when the shit don't work out because the only reason he's with you is for resources or to help build something that he wants to build, you mad because you're not in reality. I propose there's no such thing as love. We do what we need to do in order to get by and survive. It's called survival of the fittest. So if you don't have what this man needs to survive, he should not be dealing with you. If he don't have what the woman needs to survive, she should not be dealing with him. What the fuck does love have to do with struggling? Just like Tina Turner said, what's love got to do with it? We need money. We got bills to pay. The fuck is love gonna do? We can't take love to the goddamn rental office and pay our fucking rent. We can't send love to the electric company to keep the lights on. What the fuck does love have to do with anything? It's called taking care of business. And if you got somebody that knows how to take care of business, then you found a blessing. If the motherfucker don't know how to take care of business, then you're supposed to be 86 in his ass. What are you staying there for anyway?
All these numbers. So now he knows I'm watching the phone numbers. So what does he do? He goes and get a second phone. And in that second phone is nothing but women. He did that 3 times. The first time I found the phone in the truck, it wasn't locked or anything. And I'm just looking at all the sexting pictures.
See, now she's to the point where she's just being nosy, right? You know all this stuff is going on. You already know that in your head, the relationship is over, right? The problem is that this trucking company that she started, this man is very successful and he's making a lot of money from it. So she said she had like a 51-49% split. So, she owned more of the company that he did, but he's still an owner in the company. So this is what she's trying to cut him out of, right? And this is where the turmoil comes in for him and her. Because you can't just take the whole entire company that he has been driving for, right? Bringing money in. And now he done quit his trucking shit to come with your trucking shit. And now that things ain't going wrong because you didn't do what you're supposed to do, now you want to take all the trucks and leave him with nothing. Well, you need to leave that man the way you found him. And that's the problem. See, you know what I'm saying? You women don't know how to leave these men the way you found them or leave them with something after they have invested in giving you their time. You bitches are shiesty. And of course, these men are shiesty as well. However, you'll bounce back quicker than he will.
The meetup places, women in Bowling Green, Kentucky, Lima, Ohio, Indianapolis, Indiana, McAllister, Oklahoma, all up and down his runs, where he runs up and comes back down. He's got a string of women everywhere. Misty in Nashville, Deborah in, so he has them listed by name and in the city that they're in. 114 women in one of those phones. 114. My sister said, "You counted them?" Hell yeah, I counted them. That's how I know it's 114. Guess what I did? I took the SIM card. I got that SIM card to this day because I'm going to need that SIM card. The third one, the same way. He's been with this woman named Valerie Miller since March 2019. Had the nerve to try to put this bitch in a truck, in one of my trucks, right under my motherfucking nose. Mother, you done lost your motherfucking ever-loving monkey ass. Mine. So he's like, I'll do it.
So mine. But mind you, the company is in both of their names. It's in both of their names. So why is everything yours? And that's and see, that's what these men, they gotta watch out for. They gotta watch out for these selfish ass females. Mine.
I'll do everything. He put the bitch in the truck. The insurance kicked the bitch out the truck because God don't like ugly. He got mad because he thought I told the insurance company something. He processed it. Do what you do, nigga. Do what you do. Because God don't like ugly. When the insurance company sent the letter saying she's uninsurable, I took a picture of it, sent it to him, and said, "Get the bitch out the truck now. You want to rendezvous? Y'all rendezvous somewhere the fuck else. Get the fuck up out of here." This nigga has so many women. He put a driver in the truck. Mike was from Ohio. And he put Mike in the truck, and he used to threaten Mike's job, that if Mike didn't do a three-way and call these women, because I was watching the numbers, he was going to put them out of the truck. So Mike would call, and he said, I would have to sit there 30, 40 minutes with my damn phone tied up while this nigga's talking to other women on the other line. And he said, I tried to talk to him and tell him, you got a beautiful woman at home. Why are you doing this? But he dogged me out. Oh, I'm this, I'm that. Call me everything but my name. Like, okay, not the nigga on that one. So that's how you want to do me. Okay, gotcha. So, like I said, when we divorced, we were divorced October 4th, 2021. He assaulted me that January because I gave him a definitive, get the fuck up out my house, you are done, we are through. And he attacked me. I look at it like this. If I hadn't been, I understand why. Looking at some of those pictures of the women that were in his phone, he preys on women. And everything that you said in the beginning about your book, you are so right. He preys on women. He's a predator, and he looks for certain things. And what he does, he goes and gets these young girls. These girls couldn't have been but 18, 19. Some of them, I question if they were even 18 years old. But one girl, she was 24 years old. And she's standing up there in her underwear and her panties, taking a picture. It's in his phone. He's paying her school tuition.
Now, see, look at that. Isn't that a kind-hearted man? He helping the little girl through school. I mean, really, he out here doing some good work in the community. He's sharing. Sharing is caring, right? The fact of the matter is that, yeah, he's dating younger women. Yeah, they're in situations to where they need finances. Okay, what's wrong with him helping females? Right? You are a 52-year-old broad. You bring no excitement to the table. You think that just because you married him and you own a trucking company and you have your house, that he's supposed to bow down to you and just be with your old ass for the rest of his life. That wasn't his goal. This is the sexually active man who is going to do what he wants to do. This is his program. Remember, I said these men have a program. And if you do not want to follow their program, you are to exit stage left. This is his program. He is a trucker. He's on the road. He meets women. He dates other women. If you are not down with his program, you are to exit stage left. Get out of this man's business and exit stage left. Stop harassing him about these other women. You already, now that you know that they're out there, what good is it going to do for you to harass him about other women? Exit stage left. But what prevents a lot of women from doing that is their ego. It's your ego that's in play. And then the fact of the matter is that women like to try to control men. So she thinks that just because she owns more of the trucking company than he does, and company cell phones and this, that, and the third, that she owns this man and she owns everything about him, and he needs to get on her program. No, he's on his own program. And like I said, it does not matter what age the woman is. They are using these men for the resources. It's not the other way around. If these women didn't need anything from these men, they would not be dealing with them. So this is why Princella can sit behind her microphone and talk the shit that she's talking, because she doesn't need anything from a man. But if she needed something and she wasn't able to provide it for herself, and she knew it was a man out there that could provide it for her, she'd be bouncing all up and down. So you're not fooling me at the least bit, because I see through the bullshit. And this is what I mean by, you don't just, see a bunch of people standing in line, and then you go stand in line, not knowing why you're standing in line. And then when you find out why you're standing in line, and you find out what's going on, and if it don't agree with you, you're supposed to get out the line. But a lot of people are in the line and on her platform because what she's saying is making them feel good. She's validating their bad behavior. She's giving them excuses for their bad behavior. Patriarchy made you do it. You've been programmed with patriarchy. It's all the men's fault. Get out this man's business, exit stage left, and fuck off. That's what you're supposed to do as a woman.
So he's paying for these women. So he looks for women that can't do for themselves, that are, just struggling women. So that's why most of these women are like sticking with him or stick by him. He's paying bills, he's doing whatever.
Well, shit.
And I just.
Well, shit. Well, he paying bills. He paying school bills. He providing finances for bras. Why wouldn't they not be messing with him? And then they ain't even got to see him full time. They just got to see him maybe once a month or something. And they getting the benefits. Send him a panty pick, and he cash app them. Oh my God. Like, I really think these bras are going to pass that up? No, honey, your man is a wishing well. Got water well, honey. Money gushing all out that motherfucker. And so while you bitches over here kumbaya and talking about these men ain't shit, no, it's y'all that ain't shit. Because y'all know this man got a wife. Including you, Princella. You knew this man had a wife, but yet and still, your little creepy, sneaky ass was using him for his resources. Whatever resource he was providing for you. Because you was a single woman back then, had no kids, ain't had no man. And this was the only man that was probably willing to deal with you. So you overlooked the fact that he was married. right? So you was getting your shit too. Look at her face. She looked guilty. Look at her. Look at her face. Look at her. Guilty. You can't even look at the camera.
I just think it's sad because he's going for the waitresses, the loves and Flying J cashiers, women that need help. And he knows that, and that's his MO, and this is how he keeps the good. They do anything that he says because he's paying car notes, he's paying rent, he's buying things. Where
this nigga at? He paying car notes and shit? Where he at? He took that money and he was helping people. What else the fuck was he gonna do with it? He paying his child support. Y'all ain't had no kids. He got these women out here that he's seeing. He's on the road. Need to get satisfied. He got to come home to your foul mouth. What the hell? What you think? What you think it was? What did she think it was? She's a 49-year-old woman. What did she think it was? That's my question. And then he married you. He married you. That was to let you know I'm serious about you, even though she should have did a background check, right? He probably not a man that should have been married with that background and without divulging that background to somebody, but yet and still, it was her responsibility. She's supposed to take responsibility for her life as well, and did a background check on this guy. Who does that? Who doesn't do that?
Now, this is your company, though, right?
Mm-hmm. It's my company. Mm-hmm. I took the phone that he was using. I told him since he had a second phone, I took the company phone from him.
Now she's saying, now this your company. Now this your company, right? No, it's not your company. It's y'all company. It's y'all company.
And then, you know, your company phone or any phone that you have, when you're checking your email, his email was wide open. Don't think I didn't go through it with a fine-tooth comb. Got all kind of evidence in there. Matter of fact, this nigga had the nerve to take the nice one, taking me to work, where I'm 30 miles from work. This nigga would take me to work, drop me off, then go and pick up a random bitch and bring that motherfucking bitch back to my motherfucking house. All in his email. Oh, but I got to go back, pick up my wife before 3 so I can come get you, and we'll go get an IHOP. Or I'm reading every conversation, everything. Oh, I got all of that information.
Because he moved into your house, right? That's your company and your house.
He moved into my house. I set up the company at 51%, 49% him. Had I known any of this, like I said, if he presented like the person that he is, oh, no. I wouldn't have walked. I would have ran away from this.
Okay, so he snuck in to get, because see, he ain't have but $5,000 to his name, and he was just driving truck. But you are the brainchild behind the whole organization.
Girl, his gross pay in December 2021, when I did his 1099, he had grossed $809,000, almost $1 million because of me and my dispatch. $809,000.
You see that? Because of her and her dispatch. Ma'am, who was driving the truck? Who was putting in the labor, ma'am? Right? Who was putting in the labor? So you see how women will dismiss these men and their hard work. Right? These men out here working hard, and you have no reward for them. What's the reward? Right? Anytime somebody is working hard and doing a damn thing, there's supposed to be some type of reward. And when there's no reward coming from you, they're going to get their reward from somewhere else. These men like to reward themselves. They like to be rewarded, Remember, they're conquerors, they're winners, they're leaders, they're kings, they're the strength, right? What reality are these women in? I don't understand. I don't understand. Um, the fact of the matter is that she wasn't taking into account. You're an old ass woman. I'm an old ass woman. You're an old ass woman, right? And you expecting this man to just be with you and you alone? You should have opened the door. You should have said, well, shit, look, nigga, as long as you're bringing in the finances and as long as I'm getting my time, go ahead and do you. Just don't bring me back nothing. And please don't go out there and create no more babies, right? They could have come to an amicable situation. But the fact of the matter is that this woman is so selfish. It's so all about her, right? She wants to be in control. Look at where she met the guy. So actually, I don't think he really had any respect from her from the beginning because of where he met her. He didn't meet her in the library. He didn't meet her at work. He met her on a hoe site called Plenty of Fish. So he don't know if she was hoeing or not because there's some old hoes out here too. So we don't know what he was thinking about her to make him behave the way he behaved. Maybe he thought he was dealing with some old hoe. Who knows?
Dollars is what he grossed with 3 trucks. And the nigga just went ballistic. Off the chain, just doing any of it. I talked to one girl, he said he offered her $2,000 for sex. I'm like, excuse me? I'm like, this nigga gotta go. But then I couldn't, because of Texas laws, the way the shit's structured, you can't just put them out. Mm-hmm. So, and everybody's talking, well, why don't you leave? Why am I gonna leave my shit? Right. You think I'm gonna leave my shit and leave a nigga up in here? Mm-hmm. Not in this lifetime.
So what else you tell me he do?
See that? You see that? Women are so stupid that they will hold on to a materialistic item versus holding on to their life. So she's saying, oh, his behavior escalated and he was doing this and he was... Did you not think you were in danger? Did you not think you were in danger? You could have boarded at that house. I don't know. I don't fucking know, right? Not paid the... Who knows? But at the end of the day, your materialistic items are more important than your life. Leave my house, give half of my furniture, my company, my 3 trucks. My. Well, bitch, be by yourself then. I'm going to fast forward because I'm so over her. I want to get to a caller that called in. And she called in because she had some of the same thoughts that I had, but she wasn't allowed to express them. Because, oh, Princella, here comes Princella to save the day, to save this woman from being held accountable for her actions. So let me stop this. I'm going to fast forward because I can't fast forward while I'm looking at it. But yeah, Princella wouldn't even allow her to be held accountable for this bullshit. Her part in it. Let me see if this is it.
I got to run to the bathroom. Can we take a break for a sec?
You'll be able to see through.
I got a text message.
Yourself is strong. You also say, well,
okay, here we go.
Didn't have any answers, just so maybe
I left $14,000 in the bank to cover the bills.
Okay, here we go. Now let me share. Yeah, because she wouldn't even let this woman hold this. The shit is so fake. It's so fake. It's so one-sided to where it's just disgusting.
bills that were coming through for that week. When he got out, he went and took that $14,000 out the bank. I got a text message on my phone that said the account was below $5,000, and I called the bank to see what was going on. They're like, yeah, he just left you with $10 in the bank. It's like, oh, so I talked to. Mm-hmm. I don't argue.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, this is TK. How are you doing?
I'm fantastic. What can I do for you tonight, or what you got for us tonight?
Well, first of all, let me apologize. I was the person calling back to back because I wasn't sure how the line worked. So I want to apologize to both of you ladies. I thought I needed to get in there to get on because I found the conversation very interesting. But I wanted to add to the conversation, hopefully add to it, and maybe ask Miss Ford some questions if she doesn't mind.
Sure.
Go ahead. Okay. Hey, Kimmy, how are you doing?
Now let me say this before I continue. Women, you beat around a bush too fucking much, right? Come out and say what the fuck it is you want to say. Stop using all these filler words to make yourself sound educated and drag shit out. Bitch, what the fuck happened? Why did you marry this man and didn't know his family? That's what you need to be saying. She about to go around the corner, down the street to Walmart, do a little shopping, come back and never get to say what she wanted to say because she was beating around the bush and didn't want to probably hurt this lady's feelings or, just listen. I mean, you go around the corner, down the block to Walmart, did some shopping, got some new towels, came back and forgot the hell what you was going to ask. Right? So I notice a lot of women do that every time I'm on YouTube. When I'm listening to these phone calls or I'm listening to these podcasts, they never just come out and say what the hell it is they want to say. It's like, where are these other words coming from? Say what the fuck it is you need to say so it can be heard and it can be addressed and we can really see what's on your mind and get the shit out. Listen to this. I was like, damn, can you say what it is you're going to say?
How you doing?
I'm fine. Okay, before I go, and I guess I want to ask certain questions so maybe it can create another direction or another layer of dialogue for the conversation for the women who are listening. So before I do you mind if these questions might challenge you? Because I do notice a couple things and I want to ask you before I make assumptions.
Oh, yeah. No, go ahead.
Okay.
Feel free to ask what you asked.
Okay. So what in watching you and Princella go back and forth, you appear to be a woman who has it together. And what I'm noticing in the conversation, you seem to always have an answer for everything. You have an answer for everything, but you kind of, and this is just from my view as a viewer right now, if some of your answers are kind of contradicting itself. And I noticed today, I was in a forum today and a group of Black women basically kicked me out of this dating forum that actually one of my sorority sisters, she started it. And I'm glad she kicked me out because since listening to the Queen Maker, it's hard for me to be in certain spaces because I pick certain things up. So one of the things that I wanted to challenge you on is, one of the first things you told us is that this man didn't have anything, right? He had $5,000 to his name, right? And then on the flip side of that, because you are a strong woman and you present yourself as strong, you also say, well, I didn't give him anything, but he ended up making $800,000 in 1 year or something like that. And I put him on to the business and I did this. It's kind of like you, right? From what I
gave him,
it kind of, go ahead.
I basically built a bear there. He had a little bit less than 5,000 when I met him, but what he leached off me, I didn't give him anything meaningful. I was building a life with this man. So definitely I gave him something, but I didn't give him what normal women would give, the cooking, the cleaning, kids. I didn't.
See, and that's what I'm talking about. I didn't give him the cooking, the cleaning, the kids. honey, first of all, he couldn't give me kids, right? Most thing you could have done was adopt, right? But what did I tell you? She didn't go into wife mode. I don't know what the fuck she thought. Like, you're marrying a man. You're not marrying a dog. You're not marrying a cat. You're not marrying a horse. You're marrying a man. He is taking on a wife, which means you should be in wife mode. Cooking, cleaning, washing, ironing, performing your wifely duties. She didn't go and wife mode didn't kick in. So he's saying to himself, like, damn, I'm getting more feminine. I'm getting more femininity from the bitches on the road than I'm getting from the woman that I'm married to. I'll tell you, femininity is very important to a man. If they don't get it from you, they're going to go get it from another woman. This is why he was out here taking care of these bras and paying their school bills and car notes and offering them $2,000 and different things of that nature. Because he had this grizzly bear at home that wasn't acting like a wife. She was acting like a business partner. That's what she was acting like. She was acting like a business partner from the beginning all the way till the end, until she turned into an enemy. And you see how this woman she done went to Facebook and sorority sisters and all this shit that ain't had shit to do with the questions at hand, and never got to say what she wanted to say, never got to finish a thought. Y'all got communication issues. Be direct.
I didn't give him those things. I gave him myself, and I gave him my knowledge. Thank you. The resources, just what Princella had spoke of earlier. We give our resources up. So I have resources that I give up that most women don't give up. Most women cook, clean, give kids. They're doing the wifely thing. I didn't give in to the wifely thing. I was my whole life, I've been trying to build generational wealth.
Okay, so she didn't marry him to become a wife. She married him because she figured out that with this man and his abilities to stay on the road for days at a time, she found herself a mule, right? She found herself a mule. So she learned how to start a trucking business. She got her mule. So she didn't marry him to become a wife. She married him to become his employer. She married him so that he could help her build this company and build her generational wealth. So why the fuck would you be concerned about him screwing broads up and down the coast? A wife expects a man to be faithful. This is not what she was trying to be. She wasn't trying to be a wife. She was trying to be a business partner in control and leading a mule. And then she says, oh, I didn't give him anything. You don't even know what you had. You don't even know what you were giving. Because he didn't want your vagina. He obviously, it probably stopped bothering him at the end of the day that you didn't cook and clean, because he wasn't there anyway. But what he did do was he was looking for a little wealth himself. So the fact of the matter is that both of you came into the situation under false pretenses. So you weren't looking for a husband. You weren't looking to be a wife. So why did you get married to this man instead of just having a business relationship? Because she wanted to control him. You cannot control these men. They are not your children. Right? You have to treat them like men. You have to recognize what they're here for. You have to recognize what you're there for. So she built her generational wealth, which she had her company. The nigga was bringing in brought in $800,000. That means how much money did she bring in? So she's telling what he brought in, but she's not telling what she brought in. If he brought in 800,000, then that means the company brought in much more than that. So she's so busy in his shit. What about your shit? How were you? Because she was benefiting. She was financially benefiting. He spent his earnings the way he wanted to spend his earnings, which was on his women. In my opinion, he was doing the right thing. If I'm going to be entertaining these ladies, I'm not going to be sitting in their faces and I'm not going to be helping them. What idiot would do that? He spent his money the way he wanted to spend his money. You can't tell a man how to spend his money either. She was worried about the wrong thing. She wanted generational wealth. She was building it. She should have kept building it and let him fuck off somewhere. So now what she end up with? Nothing. When she could have just said, hey, listen, let's get the divorce. We're going to keep the company. You keep driving, do your thing, and then I'll just keep doing my thing. But no, it was her want and her need to control something because she had nothing else in her life. Her kids were grown. She couldn't control them. She in this house by herself. Nothing to control. Nothing that needed her. Nothing to do. Nobody to talk to. So the smart thing would have been to say, hey, listen, this marriage is not working out, but we both have a percentage in this company. Let's just keep the company. You do what you do, and I'll do what I'll do. I'll keep dispatching you, you know, hire people, put people in the trust. She should have just turned it into a business thing. But then learning about his background, it probably still could have worked out. Right? He paid his dues. He did his time for the things that he did. Okay? Let him live that shit down. Why are you bringing that into your current relationship? It is what it is. You've been hoodwinked. You've been bamboozled. Make lemonade out the fucking lemons. Should have kept the business. She tried to cut him out that business. She thought he was like, oh bitch, you got me fucked up. I done been out here through rain, sleet, and snow like a hoe, bringing in this money, 10 toes down, and you think you just about to pull a carpet from up under me? Fuck no, you're not. So he wanted to fight to the death. You can't do these men like this. You can't have them prospering like he was prospering, and then all of a sudden, at the fucking drop of a dime, snatch everything away from him. He's not gonna let you do that, bitch. One of us gonna die. One of us gonna be in jail tonight. So y'all need to stop worrying about whether a motherfucker love you or not, and you need to learn how to love them, because you don't. And this is why these men don't love you, because you don't know how to love them. So I saw this comment right here. She said, Randy SoCal, I think it was, is this a she? I think it was. So she said, no, beautiful Halo said, appreciate your wisdom. I want to know how to love a man. Right. You see that? So there's still women out here that, want to learn how to treat a person. And it's not so much how to love a man, it's how to treat a person. Women don't know how to treat men. We're so power hungry and we're so controlling and we want to be in charge of everything that we don't want to share. We're so disrespectful. We think we could just talk to people any old fucking kind of way we want to, right? And we don't care about people's feelings, and it's the God's honest truth. Because if you want to know a woman, look at how she treats her children. If you want to know a man, look at how he treats his children. But especially if you want to know a woman, look at how she treats her children. You will be able to tell that she is the most disgusting human being on the face of the earth by the way she treats a vulnerable child. And if she don't have any kids, look at how she treats herself. Look at how she treats her friends. Look at how she treats her mother. Look at how she treats those in her circle if she doesn't have children. So when you're sitting in the room with this broad and she's talking about how stupid her friends are and how ugly they are and how fat they are and how they're dumb and they don't know this and they don't know that, that's pretty much how she's going to talk about you. That's pretty much how she's going to be talking about you behind your back once she gets to know you, right? But since a lot of women already have children, if you want to know how you're going to be treated by that woman, you're going to be able to determine that by the way she treats her children. People that are really vulnerable and that really need and depend on her. So anyway, let's continue.
So my question though, the challenging thing for me to understand is how do we end up like giving, because to me, giving up those type of resources to a man who came to the table with absolutely nothing is, to me, I don't know. I know we're comparing to.
You see how she won't even finish a thought. What kind of communication skills do these broads have? She won't even she keeps going because see, and to me, because we, there, who, she, it, and because and that and them and we and who and how. Say what the fuck it is you want to say. And this is why Princella is able to cut you off, because you ain't even asked no question. You can't even get the question out because you got so many of these filler words. You're trying to make yourself sound educated. You're trying to make yourself sound thoughtful. You're trying to pick and choose your words. Bitch, say what the fuck it is you want to say. Let's listen to her again before Princella opens her mouth.
Challenging thing for me to understand.
Because the challenging thing for me to understand is,
how do we end up like giving, because to me,
giving, because to me, what to say, what,
giving up those type of resources to a man who came to the table with absolutely nothing is, to me, I don't know. I know we're
giving up those kind of resources to a man with nothing is, because to me, what?
Comparing cooking and wifely things, but I think what you did is also, beyond, what a wife should do, Okay. So my question is, what did you learn in that situation, and how you select the man? Because I noticed for a lot of women,
because I noticed for a lot of women, what do you want to say, sweetheart? Fucking say it. Say it. Now we ain't gonna never be able to hear what it is you had to say, because now you're gonna back down because Princella opened her mouth and took over the whole conversation and changed the direction, and Captain Save a Hoe, she in Captain Save a Hoe mode and giving out stupid information. Here we go.
Oh, let me interject real quick.
Okay.
Let us keep in mind that we are all victims of patriarchal brainwashing.
Oh, there we go. Patriarchal brainwashing. Patriarchy did not make this female not do a background check. Patriarchy did not make this female start a trucking business, because according to patriarchy, she would be cooking and cleaning and not even thinking about starting a business. It would be her husband that was thinking about starting a business. If patriarchy was at play here, her husband would have had 51% to her 49%. So why are we even talking about patriarchy? Patriarchy did not make this woman marry this man without meeting his mother. Patriarchy says you need to meet the family before you marry the husband. So what the fuck is this broad talking about? It's always patriarchy's fault no matter what. I told you, I'm sick of it. The excuse is getting older and older and older and older. Patriarchy made me do it. This is all I'm hearing. Patriarchy made me do it. Patriarchy made her do it. Patriarchy made us do it. Bullshit.
Brainwashing, okay? We are all victims of that. We've all been programmed to do and do and do for a man. We've all been programmed to try to find
No, patriarchy says you get done for by a man. Matriarchy says do for a man, because you are the one that's in control. So you see how she flips the shit on it. So you gotta listen. Matriarchy says you have to do for a man. You have to take care of a man because you're the one that's in control, because women are running things, because men are too stupid and too sex crazed to do what they're supposed to do. So therefore you have to do for a man because they can't think for themselves. That's matriarchy. Patriarchy says the man is to do for you, and you are supposed to do the things that enable a man to do for you, which is cook for him, wash his clothes, clean the house, and take care of his legacies so that he can go out and make the money. Because it is difficult for a man to come home to cook and clean and wash and take care of kids and then go out and work a stressful, hard, labored job. So she is in matriarchy mode minus her wifely duties. Right? I'm just, hey, putting things back into perspective.
Find the right man. So let's keep that in mind and give women grace for the decisions that they make, because
no, bullshit. She don't get no grace for the decisions that she made, because one Google search on people.com that allows you to check a background. And as a matter of fact, I don't even know if people.com was here back in the day, but matter of fact, it was. Yes, it was. She could have done a measly $1 background check or $9.99 background check, and that would have given her all of the information that she needed to know. After knowing his background and why he was in prison, you don't fucking need to know his mama. His mama don't want to know him. You don't need to know his sister. His sister does not want to know him. You know why? Because he was convicted of rape. Women and his family don't want to know him. So she does not get grace for her decisions, because at the time she met this man, she met him on Plenty of Fish, hashtag Plenty of Pussy, and she was 49 years old with grown children. No fucking excuse. None whatsoever. She gets no grace. She's too old for that shit. She's too old for Plenty of Fish. And she was too old to not be using her brains to do a fucking background check. Now, if she was maybe 22, 18 to 22, yeah, give her all the grace in the world, because she's stupid. She don't know shit. Right? And then you can't even, and then you would turn around and blame her mama for not having that girl do a background check, or for her mama not doing a background check. That's when the mother takes over. Who is this guy you're dating? This motherfucker is 35 years old. You're 22. Who the fuck is he? I need his first and his last name and his birth date. And because I'm going to do a background check, and we're going to see who the fuck he is, because you're not going to go into this situation blind. What? This 49-year-old woman, she went 49, she went 50, she went 51, she went 52. She went all the way to 57 fucking years old without doing a goddamn background check on this guy. What type of grace does she deserve? None. And she's military, ex-military. Girl, bye. If Princella don't go somewhere and sit down with this bullshit.
These decisions are unconscious and unaware decisions that have been programmed by.
Oh my gosh, the decisions. Let me back that up, because this is some bullshit.
Keep that in mind and give women grace for the decisions that they make, because these decisions are unconscious and unaware decisions that been programmed.
These decisions are unconscious and aware decisions that have been programmed. Sounds like bullshit.
By a fucked up
society. She said, who she sound like? She sound like that in Living Color, because
up society that we all have been victim to. Hell, I've been victim to it. We all done been victim to it. So yeah, she done did that. Hell, I done did it. Hell, I got played for 40 grand.
Well,
you know what I
mean? And Princella, let me say a little bit more to that. First of all, my giving is to everyone. I love all people until they show me who they are. I've got friends, female friends.
No, you shouldn't love all people until they show you who they are. That is her mistake. You find out who the fuck they are first, and then you make the decision to whether you're going to love on them or not. You don't love on them without knowing who they are, not caring who they are, and then have them show you who they are, and then you pull back your love. That's backwards. That's, in fact, ass backwards. So this is what she did with her husband. She loved him before she knew who he was. And then when she found out who he was, then she stopped loving him. You're ass backwards. You find out who he is before you give the love. That's just like saying, oh, well, I'm going to pay for this food, before I get it. I've never been here before, but here's the money for this food. And now here's the food and it's some slop. Now you want your money back and they don't want to give you your money back. That's ass backwards. You don't love people until you find out who they are. It's stupid. It's stupid. That's why they tell you before you go work at a company, you research it. You don't go work for the company and then start finding out all these fucking bad reviews about it and then complain about the company. You didn't do your research before you came to the company.
And I've got one friend that's in construction. She owns her construction company. I'm the kind of person that go to sleep and just dream up businesses, and I help people become entrepreneurs. So anything I take on, I help any and everyone. I've got many people that I've helped start trucking companies, male and female. I've got my friend is a construction worker. My other friend, matter of fact, he's got a pain oil that we're getting ready. Matter of fact, we're waiting on Mike Tyson to contact us back. But I do their marketing for them. I do whatever I can do to help people.
Is that not what her husband was doing? Is that not what her husband was doing? He was coast to coast helping broads. He was paying for school. He was paying car notes. He was being just as loving as she was. What's the problem? So you can be loving and love on men and women, and he can't be loving and extend himself and his finances, the money that he made. He can't spend his money the way he want to spend it.
So it's not. Okay.
And let me tell you something. Her problem was this. This is what her problem was. See, women are vindictive. When they find out their man is cheating, what do women do? They go cheat. This is the type of woman who found out her man was cheating, but was in a position where she just couldn't easily go cheat. So she was mad that she couldn't get back at him and do him the same way that he did her. So therefore, she went on a destruction campaign of his life. And when he wasn't having it, he retaliated.
It's not just him. It's always been my nature. This is why I say I'm an empath to a certain point. I'm a big empath, if you know what empath it is. So I'm willing to go out of my way, and I'll give you the shirt off my back if that's what you need. Because let's look up.
Let's look up what an empath is, right? Let's look up empath, because she doesn't even know what an empath is. That's not an empath. That's not an empath. Let's look it up. Okay, so let me share my screen. What is an empath? Empaths are people who have a higher level of empathy than others. Empathy helps people share experiences, needs, and desires, which in turn can help build relationships. What does it mean to be an empath? Empathy is an emotion or state of being that allows one person to connect emotionally and cognitively with another person. Specifically, it refers to being able to put oneself in someone else's shoes to better understand their feelings or experiences. This can help build relationships, whether those relationships are personal or professionals. An empath is someone who feels more empathy than the average person. These people are usually more accurate in recognizing emotions by looking at another person's face. They are also more likely to recognize emotions earlier than other people and rate those emotions as being more intense, right? So, signs that a person is an empath. People who score highly on the empathetic concern and perspective taking scale on the interpersonal reactivity index are more likely to be highly empathetic. There are several signs that someone is an empath, and researchers have found some scientific explanations for these traits. The following sections will look at these in more detail. Unconsciously mirroring another person's movements. People who are highly empathetic may unconsciously mirror other people's movements. MRI scans have shown that there is a neural relay mechanism in the brain that allows empaths to mimic the postures, mannerisms, and facial expressions of others. Interestingly, this mimicry also applies to tiny movements. If an empath sees a needle pricking another person's hand, the empath's brain may react as if it were their hand, activating the same motor and sensory areas. Unconsciously mirroring another person's emotions. Similarly to unconsciously mirroring another person's movements, empaths are also more likely to unconsciously mirror another person's emotions. MRI scans have shown that when a highly empathetic individual observes another person who is experiencing a range of emotions, the empath's brain fires off the same neural circuits, making the empath feel what the other person is feeling. Feeling another person's pain. One small study found that highly empathetic people reported feeling an electric shock that researchers gave to other people. The researchers gave 16 women an electric shock while they were hooked up to a brain imaging machine. This machine showed which areas of their brains activated when in pain. After this, the researchers told the women that their spouses also received an electric shock while in another room. The women's brains used similar areas as when the researchers shocked them, causing the women some pain. This study suggests that people who are highly empathetic may be able to physically feel another person's pain to some extent. However, this study was very small, so scientists will need to conduct more research, right? Being quicker and more accurate at recognizing emotions, being more likely to try new things, being more likely to help people in distress, being less likely to display aggression. Benefits, right? The main benefit of being an empath is having the ability to promote a more harmonious community, especially in interpersonal relationships, such as within family and friendship circles. Having high empathy allows people to help reduce other people's distress and aggression. Empathy also helps maintain social bonds, which in turn helps reduce loneliness and other emotions or states of being that may have adverse health effects. People with high empathy may be more likely to maintain these bonds as they are more capable of feeling, understanding, and wanting to help people who are experiencing difficulties. Some people who have high empathy may also feel compassion, satisfaction, wherein helping people experiencing negative emotions or situations provides positive feedback. By helping other people, an empath might feel happier than if they did not help that person. So, an empath is a person that really feels another person's emotions, right? And empaths are easily hurt. Having empathy doesn't mean that you're going to go out and help everyone in the world that needs your help. That is just basically saying, hey, I have some information, I can share it with you. You need some help doing this? Okay, I know how to do that. I'm going to help you do that. But that in no way explains that you are an empath. empaths feel other people's emotions. But I don't know what kind of empath she is, because that's the dumbass empath if you just going around helping random motherfuckers, right? And there's nothing wrong with that either. But empathy has to deal with emotions and not actions. So anyway, continuing on, we're going to get back to um, this thing. It just irritated me because this female could not get, and she wanted to hold this lady accountable, but she could not, because she couldn't get the words out. She had so many filler words that she wouldn't just say what needed to be said. Bitch, you contradicting yourself. You talk about you didn't give this man nothing, but yet and still, he made $800,000 off of the company that you guys built. He was able to hide the fact that he was a felon, hide 2 kids from you. Like, what are you talking about, right? What do you mean? You didn't do a background check. You never met his parents. And how is that his fault again? That's probably what she should have said.
That's the kind of person that I am, in hopes that if I ever need something, someone would do the same for me. I treat people exactly how I want to be treated.
Okay. She said, I treat people exactly how I want to be treated. So how did she treat her husband? Did her husband treat her exactly the way she treated him? So she treated her husband a certain way and expected her husband not to treat her in the same way. But she just said, I treat people the way I want to be treated, right? So maybe her husband was treating her the way he was treating her because that's the way she was treating him. Go figure. So y'all got to listen to what y'all saying. It sounds good. And this is why some people just talk. And this is why Princella talk about the same shit, because it sounds good. It sounds good, but it's not the whole truth. And then she says, oh, well, I'm not talking about men over here in my spaces. I'm talking about women. This is a space that's not for men. Well, you can't talk about women without talking about men. Can't talk about men without talking about women. You can't talk about a man's behavior without talking about a woman's behavior. Can't talk about a woman's behavior without talking about a man's behavior, because they're bouncing off of each other and they're reacting to each other. So when you only give one side of the issue, it's biased, because every action has a reaction. Did you stop to ask these females, why these niggas treating you the way they treating you? Like, you ain't did shit wrong. You the house was clean, the food was cooked, your mouth was in check, and he just came in and just slapped you. No, you did something. What caused him to react the way he reacted? Same thing for men. Oh, she just all of a sudden started acting like an evil demon. What did you do? Oh, you cheated on her. Oh, okay, that's it. Like, people just don't know how to get along. Why don't we just say that? People just don't know how to get along. And then people have behaviors that they learned as children, which carried over to adulthood, and which makes them offend other people. Why can't we just say that? Why does it have to be men are incapable of love and they want to use you for your reason? Because that is not what makes money. What's making money is this idea that men are incapable of love. They're predators. They're conquerors. They want all your resources. This sounds good because this is what makes money. The truth is not what makes money. Lies make money. All day, every day. People are lying.
Kindness and love. And if I can do something for them, I've given people that weren't even expected anything just gift them with money because they need help with something, and they never even asked. I just felt like the woman needed help with daycare, and I gift her with her daycare, her whole entire bill. I buy people's groceries behind me, in front of me. I do things for people because I think, in my mind, in my faith, in my universe, what I've seen over my lifetime is the more I bless people, the more blessings that come back to me. I don't ask anything. All the people that I'm doing things for, they try to pay me. I had a friend of mine, before flipping houses became flipping houses. I showed her.
Oh my gosh, she's so stuck on herself. She is so stuck on herself and how good she treats people, but yet and still she had no understanding and no empathy for her own husband. Such a load of bullshit. You did all these nice things for all these people, but yet and still you couldn't do none of that for your husband. All the things that she was finding out about her husband was done before he was her husband, before he even met her. So you couldn't show him the same kind of empathy and compassion and understanding that you show fucking strangers in the street, and this was your husband. You know what Snoop Dogg say. I ain't even gonna say it.
I showed a friend of mine in Colorado how to flip houses. He made $40-some thousand off of a house, just based off of my idea and my knowledge of real estate from my mom being a realtor and flipping homes. He brought me a $10,000 check. I tore it up and told him his success is all I needed to know. I just needed to know. Usually people are guinea pigs for me. When I have these ideas and I can find a guinea pig, I pitch it to them. I give them, plant the seed, help guide them and tell them my vision. They take it and make it run with it. They always try to come back and give me something. I don't require anything because that's my gift to you, because the universe gives me everything that I need. And that's just to see you succeed, love and kindness back. That's what I do.
It sounds like a load of bullshit.
Okay, so Priscilla, my next question then would be, how would someone like her, because a lot of women have that.
But then my next question would be, how would someone like her, because
that in us, like we're givers, right, to our friends, family, men. How would someone like her moving forward, like protect?
How would someone like her moving forward protect? How would someone like her protect herself?
And be accountable for.
It's real simple. It's real simple.
See, how would someone like her protect herself and be accountable for the things that happen in her life? Now listen to the answer.
Simple. First of all, foremost, we have to get rid of the idea of what we think people are. And then we have to.
Well, see, but what did she say? She said, before I even know a person, I love a person. Right? So she already has a preconceived notion of how this person is before she even gets to know them. And therefore, she gives of herself stupidly. Right? You know nothing about this person, but yet and still you've showered them with all this love. And now that you find out who this person really is, which you should have done in the first place, now you got a problem. You're supposed to keep that same energy that you fucking started with, irregardless.
We have to realize who people actually are.
Mm-hmm.
We need, first of all, in order to build, you can't build on cracked foundation. Everybody's foundation is cracked.
No, bitch. My foundation is not cracked. Her foundation wasn't cracked. She didn't build it right. See, the way she was supposed to build her foundation was, first of all, she was not supposed to go find some man on plenty of pussy. First of all, that's first and foremost. Look at where she started her infrastructure from. Plenty of fish. She started her infrastructure from plenty of fish, right? Then after that, she only saw the man on Saturdays and Sundays, right? Then she never met any of his family, okay? Next, she never did a background check on him, right? Then she never questioned him. She relied on him to provide her with all the information she felt that she needed, which means she had no idea of what information she needed. So her foundation was not cracked. She did not build it right.
Because we have all been epigenetically altered to adapt to this artificial environment that is.
We have all been what is it? Epically genetically. Let's look that up. What the fuck does epically genetically? Let's see if that makes sense. That don't even go together. Epically, genetically, that doesn't even go together. Those two words don't even go together. And, okay, so let me look at this. Oh my gosh. Let me see something. Let me see if I can get, meaning. If I add meaning, no. Those two words don't even go together. So if you wanted to put the words together, it would be epigenics. But epically genetically it's not a word. It's epigenetics, right? Your energy plays an important role in your health, but so do your behaviors and environment, such as what you eat and how you physically act and how physically active you are. Epigenetics is the study of how your behaviors and environment can cause changes that affect the way your genes work. Unlike genetic changes, epigenetic changes are reversible and do not change your DNA sequence, but they can change how your body reads a DNA sequence. So, even if we were to change that into epigenetics and not epically genetically, it's still something that can happen, but the changes are reversible, right? So you have to be aware and conscious of what's going on in your life so that you can make the necessary reversals. But one thing that people do is that they're always relying on someone to fix them. Oh, I need to be fixed. Let me go to therapy. Oh, I need somebody to help me do this. Let's go do that. Things that you can do on your own, people look for other people to do it for them. Hence slavery. Oh, we need this cotton picked. Let's go find somebody to pick the cotton for us. Oh, we need the house clean. Okay, oh, let's go hire a maid. Oh, we need the kids to be taken care of. Oh, okay, let's go hire a nanny. People are always looking for people to do things for them. And then when the results are not what they were hoping for or what they were going for, when those results don't come out like they want them to come out, Houston, we have a problem. Now it's patriarchy's fault. It's patriarchy's fault for the decisions that we're making and for people and for us always looking for somebody to fix us versus fixing yourself. You know what you need better than anybody else.
It's fucked everybody up. In order for people to make...
No, I ain't fucked up. Y'all fucked up. Don't put me in that shit. Don't put everybody in that shit, because all women don't think like that. All women don't have those results. All women aren't stupid. All women, don't not do a background check. Some women, there are a lot of women that do background checks on these men. We're in the year 2000. We are in the age of computers. We are in the age. Have you been paying attention to life? Like, where the fuck has this lady been? Have you been paying attention to life? Your mama will steal from you. So what makes you think some nigga you met on Plenty of Pussy is not gonna steal from you? Right? You saw your daddy cheat on your mama. So what makes you think your man is not gonna cheat on you? You saw your best friend's man cheat on her. What makes you think your man is not gonna? Where the fuck have you? If you had your head under a rock and you're 49 years old when all this stuff is taking place, what excuse in this entire world can this woman have after raising children to adulthood and beyond, and being in the military, and helping massive amounts of people financially start businesses? But when it came to herself, where the fuck was her brains? Right? When it came to herself, where the fuck was her brains? See, you worried about the wrong things. People be worried about the wrong things. You always worried about what somebody else is doing. And then when you wake up, your shit is all fucked up. So there's no way that this woman is so educated and so helpful and so knowledgeable that she didn't even take the time to make sure her own goddamn life was okay.
Make better decisions with who they're gonna deal with, who they gonna do for them.
And see, this is where Princella comes in at. Good night, Supone. This is where Princella comes in at. She comes in as the bearer of excuses for all women and all women's behaviors, all their bad decisions. She has given them an excuse. Patriarchy did it. Men are incapable of love. Men are predators. Men are conquerors. They just want your resources. This is why they're acting the way they act. It's just excuses for these women's poor decision making.
Do for who they ain't gonna do for. They have to deconstruct or tear down these illusions that they have adapted to. And when it comes to men, women have a fucked up idea about males. None of it is based on reality at all. So women can't make.
Let me tell you, the reality that these women have about men is that they can control them. That their vagina is the best vagina on the earth, and any man that happens to fall into it is going to be pussy whipped and going to bow down to their every whim. This is women's fucked up idea about men. They think they can control men with money. They think they control men with their behaviors, and they think they can control men with money. You're not going to control a man. There are too many other women and resources out there for you to think that you can control a man. That is the fucked up idea that women have about men. And they think they can go up against a man, and they think that they're equal to a man when you're not. Equal as far as you deserve the right to be respected. You deserve the right to have your own space. You deserve the right to be who you want to be. All those things, yes, you should be equal in that. But as far as strength and as far as brain functioning and as far as needs, men and women aren't equal. They're different. But how is it patriarchy's fault that you got a group of dumbass women that have poor decision-making skills, that at the age of 18, when they were able to run and control their own lives, decided not to pay attention to their own lives? You're still looking outside of yourself for things that you need when God has provided everything that you need for yourself. You don't need to get it from anybody else. Love, whatever the fuck that means, you can do that to yourself. You can comb your own hair, brush your own teeth, put on your own clothes. You don't need anybody to do any of these simple things for you unless you get to a point where you can't do them for yourself. And then God has provided outside help for that. But until you need outside help, you should be helping your damn self and stop being a full, able-bodied, grown-ass woman looking for somebody to do something for you for free and looking for somebody to do something for you and you don't want to reciprocate. And then you want to get married and then you don't want to act like a wife. You don't want to do wife things. You're delusional.
Make good decisions with males because they don't even study males. They don't know nothing.
Oh, but that's patriarchy's fault. And you really don't even need to study a male. You need to study yourself. You need to find out who you are, because once you know who you are, you'll be a repellent to all 41 shades of these niggas that she got in her book. You will be a repellent. And you will find that 42nd man that's not in that book, the one that probably you need to be with. Once you know who you are, your body, your personality, your facial expressions, your thoughts, your everything will repel every 41 of them niggas. It's not studying a man that you need. You need to study yourself.
Know nothing about their nature. So now they're making decisions based on a fairy tale that's been given to them by Disney, a program that's been given to them by all they goddamn religions, and they're making decisions.
Now, let's keep it 100. The only people that are mesmerized by Disney are people that were born maybe in the 80s and below. These 90 babies and these 2000 babies, Cinderella, fucking Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, they don't know nothing about them bitches. They don't know nothing about no goddamn glass slipper. They don't know nothing about the fucking ball. They don't know nothing about Cinderella and all that book. They don't know nothing about that shit. So what is she talking about? The Disney programs that these 90s and fucking 2000 babies grew up on is fucking Princess and the Frog. Who else? What else? I don't know. Snow White and the Huntsman or some shit like that. Cinderella and Snow White and all them bitches is too old for a 90s and a 2000s baby. Stop blaming it on Disney. Barbie went out with the fucking bump. Barbie was my time. Barbie, Ken, and Skipper and all that bullshit was for the 80s and 70s and 60s and 50s babies, probably. So Disney, stop blaming it on Disney. It ain't Disney's fault. We were the ones, the 60s, 70s, and 80s babies, we were conditioned for the fairy tale bullshit. The rest of these broads, they out here, they on Instagram, they on Facebook, they hoeing on Plenty of Fish, they hoeing on OnlyFans. Them bitches ain't thinking about Cinderella and no goddamn glass slipper and no happily ever after. These bitches is out here getting money. These 90s and 2000s babies, they out here getting money. They said, fuck Cinderella. Fuck you. What did Rihanna say? Fuck your white horse in a carriage. All that. So what is she talking about? It sounds good, Princella. It sounds fabulous, right? It sounds fabulous. But at the same time, it's not true, or it's a half truth. We already know ain't no goddamn man coming to sweep us up off our feet. We already know this. So stop blaming patriarchy, stop blaming Disney and your fucking military. You already know can't no group of bitches be in control and go into battle with no men from no other countries. Sit down somewhere. What females do you know run China? What females do you know run the Soviet Union? What females do you know that run Vietnam? What females do you know that run Japan? The fuck are you talking about? But it sounds good, and she's just making money off of you women's stupidity.
Decisions based on that. They're not making it based on reality. So the key first, before you start making any new decisions, is to tear down all this shit that you believe and reconstruct and rebuild on truth, which is males are predators.
No, which means you have been a stupid bitch, dumb as a bag of rocks, mesmerized by watches and chains and cars and clothes, lovers of materialistic things that a man can provide you, lazy, uneducated, knocked up with a whole bunch of fucking babies, not using your brains, allowing a man to think for you, expecting a man to think for you. It don't have shit to do with Disney. It don't have shit to do with no false thoughts about a man. It has everything to do with your desires as a woman and what you have seen other women, or how you've seen other women benefit from men. All you bitches are copycats. You think you're supposed to be like Magic Johnson's wife. You think you're supposed to be like Kobe Bryant's wife. You think you're supposed to be like Dr. Dre's wife. You think somebody is supposed to love you and shower you with shit just because you have a fucking vagina. You think that men are just supposed to bow down and take care of you and give you their all while you give them mediocre, half iron shirts, mismatched socks, fucking hamburger helper, kids that can't read and write because you too busy worrying about what he doing or your hair and your nails. That's the truth. You thinking you're supposed to run everything. You think you're smarter than a man. You think you're tougher than a man. You think you're stronger than a man. None of you females want to be held accountable for your actions. Stop worrying about what the man did and start focusing on what you did. The man already knows he's stronger than you. He already knows, how you use your vagina to get what you want, how you use your beauty to get. They know all that. They just looking at you laughing, talking amongst themselves. Yeah, this bitch thinks she got me. While they watch you sit around and carry yourself like a damn fool, expecting somebody to take care of you just because you have a vagina and a pretty face. And they supposed to deal with whatever you dish out to them because you're a woman.
By nature, they're not fucking romantic partners. They are not these holy goddamn beings. And then they've adapted to this artificial environment that put everybody against everybody. Everybody is out of their fucking mind. So now when you see the world like that, you can make a little bit better decisions. You're not just going in blind and just opening your empathy up to any and everybody and all of these different.
Well, who was doing that in the first place? Shelters do that. Churches do that. Food banks do that. The Salvation Army does that. There are infrastructures that open their empathy to everyone. Who's doing that on the individual level? Who the fuck are they? I want to know. Because from my upbringing, you don't trust everybody. I mean, when you think about all the things that happen to people just on an individual level and on a group level, who would just be doing that? Like, she making y'all sound real stupid. Like, who would fucking do that? Really? We got standards. I got standards. I don't know what, like, who does that? Why are you even having to have this discussion? Who's doing that? That's because it's a crock of shit. It's a crock of shit, and we're using patriarchy and an artificial environment to make excuses for women's poor decisions. And it's not poor decisions, it's conniving decisions. People make decisions based on what they want, based on challenges and what they want to get. Ooh, girl, he looked like he balling. Girl, look at what he driving. I'm about to get a Gucci purse out of him. And then you run up on him and you get played because your intentions was never good to begin with. Oh, girl, let me go put my ass on Instagram. Maybe I can pick up me a couple of tricks. And you get exactly what you was looking for. And now it's patriarchy's fault.
For energies, you go in with a protective, and then now you can be more in tune with your internal guidance system and listen to who and what you should and should not be around. Right? You have a protective guard up because you base your life on truth, and you allow your nature to guide you because that's the way it was naturally supposed to be. This was supposed to really be.
Well, who's not letting their nature guide them? Like, your nature is guiding you. You need some food. You don't have no money. There's a man over there. He looks like he has some money. So you go over there to try to get some food. That's nature. You're lonely. You want to be held. You don't have anybody to hold you. You see a man over there. He doesn't have a woman with him. You go over there. He holds you. That's nature. Who's not following nature? You conniving women, because you're looking for more than you deserve. You're looking for more than what nature is willing to provide for you. So it's your greediness, your conniving behavior that puts you in the situations that you're in. It has nothing to do with an artificial society. It has nothing to do with patriarchy. It has everything to do with your greed, your lust, and your conniving behavior. But we're going to use patriarchy in an artificial society as an excuse. I don't know why the society is artificial. We got to eat. We got to sleep. We got to have lights. We got to have water. We got to have gas. We need grass and greenery for oxygen. We need the air to breathe. We need sunlight for vitamin D. We need clothes. We need people to work the land. We need people to fix the plumbing. What's so fucking artificial about the world? Should we all just shit on the ground again? Should we all just fucking live in tents? What the fuck is so artificial about fucking society? I'm just having a hard time understanding. what is the artificial nature of society? What's so artificial about it? Should we stop the electricity? Should we build bonfires again? Should we just let all the animals out of the fucking zoo and let them live amongst us while we run and climb up trees to get away from them? I mean, what is so artificial about the environment? As people grew, animals grew. Or as people multiplied, the animal species multiplied. Should we just be walking down the street and have a monkey jump on our fucking backs? Like, what? Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, what do you mean artificial environments? Like, what's so artificial about the environment? I don't get it. Like, should we just let all the apples grow on the tree and we all just first come, first serve? Because it'll be a lot of motherfuckers starving. Should we go back to chasing fucking cows and shit down and slaughtering them and not have and we have to eat them right away? We don't have anywhere to store them. We what the fuck should we what artificial environment is she talking about? It sounds good. Like, should we just get rid of money and start bartering again? Like, what the fuck? What? What? Throw away all the pens and pencils? I mean, should we just go back? I mean, it's impossible. What is she talking about? Should we go back to no toothbrushes and not brushing our teeth and no combs and shit? And should everybody just live natural with no fucking deodorant? I mean, should we throw all the pads and tampons away and I don't know, do what we did back in the day when none of this shit was invented? Like, what artificial environment is she talking about? Should we stop education and no more schools and no more fucking prisons and just let all the criminals run wild and everybody do what the fuck they want to do? No more cops, no more. What the fuck is she talking about? What artificial environment is she talking about? Should we just get rid of all the mattresses and blankets and sheets and shit and pillows and just lay on the ground with rocks and cover up with fucking animal skins? What is she talking about? What artificial environment? Like, what the fuck? I'm just trying to figure shit. Should we all just go jump in the lake, wash our asses? I mean, what is she talking about? What artificial environment is she talking about? What is she talking about? Because from where I'm sitting, everything that we have, we basically need. Like, should we get rid of fucking medicine and just let people die off? You know, let women die in childbirth. Just give birth on the fucking ground and shit. I don't know, in some tent or something. But what is she talking about? Should we not wear shoes anymore? Should we just everybody go barefoot? What is she talking about? What artificial environment? Yeah, it sounds good. But when you really get to thinking about what she's saying, you're like, this broad is crazy.
This life was really supposed to be damn near risk-free. But it ain't risk-free because it's been turned upside down. So until people start living in reality, they gonna keep making fucked up decisions.
What do you mean living in what reality are we not living in? We gotta eat, we gotta sleep. Well, like, I don't know, maybe she's in a different reality than everybody else, but I'm just not seeing what she's saying. I mean, artificial what? I don't know. Should we get rid of Facebook and YouTube and Instagram and all these internet platforms and all this kind of stuff? Like, get rid of phones and all that kind of, like, what time does she want to go back to? Does she want to go back to where we were sleeping and shitting outside? Or does she want to go back to when we had no telephones, we were doing telegrams, where we had people riding on horses to deliver mail? Does she want to go back to when there was no planes, no trains, no automobiles? I mean, what does she want to go back to? What environment does this woman want us to return to? Like, which times? Which times? So what is she talking about? Like, what era does she want us to go back to?
My advice to Kim would be to stop fucking with males, right? And
she should have been stopped fucking with males. She's fucking 50 goddamn 7 years old. She shouldn't be fucking nothing. She should be getting plenty of rest instead of being on plenty of fish. She shouldn't be fucking nothing but a husband. If at 57 you don't have a damn husband, you need to hang it up or find somebody at your speed. Find somebody that's fucking retired. You ain't got to worry about him driving trucks up and down coast to coast and fucking bitches in every state. She's looking for the wrong type of man for the lifestyle that she wants to live. She wants a man that's going to be faithful. Well, honey, his dick is not going to have to work in order for you. You want an impotent man. You want an impotent, slow, cane-using man to sit at home on the couch and keep you company. You're not supposed to be looking for no sexually active man that's driving coast to coast in a fucking truck that's only home 2 days a week. That's not the kind of man you're supposed to be looking for anyway. So what is her problem? She's delusional. She's not living in reality. The reality is all around us, but it's the reality that you're living inside of your own brain.
And for women that's dealing with males on this low vibration, don't fuck with her either, because she's connected to something that's going to bring drama into your life, because that's what males do. And especially where we at in this planetary shift, baby, it's going to get worse. You can't just go out there with your energy just open.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, ladies, that's all I had. I just wanted to kind of understand, because I noticed oftentimes, women, we will take on the guy who absolutely, has nothing and build him and I've seen that a lot. So Kim, I appreciate you. Thank you for opening up and giving me a little bit more understanding on that part.
Oh, no problem. And he's not, this is, like I said, this is the only relationship I've ever been in like this. This has got me baffled because, like I was telling Princella before we even started, I said to a certain point, I don't blame myself fully for what happened to me. I have to take a little bit of the responsibility.
See, she wants to take a little bit of the responsibility. She can't blame herself fully for what happened to her. So, which means she doesn't want to take 50% of the responsibility, right? She only wants to take 10% of the responsibility, a little bit, right? But yet and still, here we go again. She only saw him on Saturdays and Sundays for a year. She never met his family before she married him. She didn't do a background check, and she didn't ask questions. But yet and still, she only wants to be held accountable for 10% of what happened in the relationship. Okay. That sounds like something individually wrong with her.
But more so, I kind of opened myself up to it because in my younger days,
and she met him on Plenty of Fish.
As I was dating these men, if the relationship wasn't working by the time at the 18-month mark, I would just get out of it. If it wasn't working, I can do bad.
So how many 18-month marks did she go through with how many men?
By myself, I'm getting out of it. So as I got older, I'm thinking, well, maybe I jumped the gun on some of these men, and let me not just be so fast to dismiss. Yeah. Which I should have stuck to my rules. Had I stuck to my rule, I wouldn't be in this situation right here. I would have never gotten this far. But like I said, I kind of set myself up for failure.
And I don't know what kind of rules she's talking about, because all of the things that should have been in her rules weren't there. Like, spend more time with him to get to know him, like meet his family members, like do a background check, and like don't meet men online. Like if she didn't have these 4 things in her standards, then she was going to lose every single freaking time. And ask questions. These 5 things, if she didn't have these things in her rules, she was going to lose every single time.
Up for failure in that sense with my backwards thinking that I was wrong in my previous relationships for getting out when I did and not giving it a chance. And what I say to all women today, all I would say exactly what I say to women today is always trust your gut feeling. Trust your gut feeling. There's a reason why I never changed my last name to his name, even though we had been dating for 2.5 years. And again, that was my gut feeling not to change my name. And I should.
So what does changing your name have to do with dating for 2.5 years? What does changing your name have to do with anything about this situation? She could have changed her first and her last name. It still probably wouldn't have made a difference of how things transpired because of her non-action on taking responsibility for her life. That's kind of stupid. Like, what the fuck does a last name have to do with anything? You could change your last name and then change it back. What does a name have to do with it? What does a gut feeling about not changing your name have to do with anything? He gonna reap the same benefits out of a divorce that he would reap whether your name was X, Y, or Z, or whatever the fuck his last name was, Bennett. So what? I don't get. You see the dumbness in these in what these women are saying. I had a good feeling, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't change my last name 2 years after dating. What the fuck does that have to do with the price of rice in China?
I should have just stuck with that. And so there was something there, and I missed that red flag because I wanted something that I shouldn't have even looked forward to. So,
and like Princella said, and I totally, what she said earlier, I totally agree with her. Been there, done that. I have my own testimony as a woman and the things that I missed. So I wasn't, trying to call you out, but I was confused, like how he ended up with 5,000 and then 8,000. But I can tell just off of just listening to you and talking to you that you do have a kind heart, because you did say after the divorce in October, he came, you allowed him to still come back and get his stuff. Trying to be.
No, that's not having a kind heart. That's being stupid. You see, women fail to make the distinction between positive and negative, smart and stupid. When you tell a man it's over and you mean what you say, that means get all of your shit today. And if you don't come back in 30 days to get the rest of whatever the fuck it is you left, it's going in the garbage. How about that? How about you learn how long you're required to keep a person's things before you throw them in the trash if they don't pick them up? That's how you let a person know that they're serious, that you're serious. If you don't take all this shit now, you got 30 days to come back and get the rest of this shit. On the 31st day, it will be in the trash. You got one more opportunity to come get this shit. And please bring an escort, a sheriff, a police officer, your mama, your daddy, or somebody to come with you to get this shit. And if you don't, like I said, on the 32nd day, on the 31st day, it will be in the garbage, so you need not ask me about it. And then what I skipped over in this is that he ended up harassing her daughters. He sent some inappropriate pictures to her daughter, her mother, so on and so forth. My thing would have been, daughter, mama, everybody, that he has your number, change it. You see, her actions didn't say that she was done with him. Her actions were saying that she was still in deliberation, because you don't allow a man that you are no longer involved with to still have access to your family members' numbers. You tell them, change your number. This man is crazy. And then the fact that she didn't change her number. So what she was saying and what he was seeing was two different things. She's telling him, no, we're done. I don't want to be with you. But yet and still, she didn't take the necessary steps to let him know that she was serious. And this is why he thought he could continue to leave things at her house and come back at Lib to get things, to try to get back in the door. Because her behaviors, her non-actions showed him that she was still in deliberation about their relationship. She should have changed her. She should have told him, come get your shit. If you don't come get your stuff between this day and the 29th day, I will be expecting you on the 30th day. If you do not show up on the 30th day, the 31st day, this shit is going in the garbage. I'm changing my number, so don't even bother to call me. Just show up on the 30th day. I will be here all day. You don't come, 31st day, the shit is going in. Her behavior was saying, I'm still not sure. I don't know. Maybe. Right? You ain't got shit to do with society. It don't have nothing to do with no artificial environment. Don't got shit to do with patriarchy. It has everything to do with this woman's poor decision-making skills at 57 fucking years old. Terrible.
To be as easy and simple as you can.
I'm trying to be. I'm trying to be civil. Like I said, I don't live life trying to hurt.
But see, you're trying to be civil after you done stripped this man of everything, after you done cussed him out, after he done broke your finger and beat your ass, and you done called the cops, and you done did all these detestable things to him because of his actions. Now all of a sudden you want to be civil. Okay.
To hurt people. I don't live life being mean to people. I'm just like the most caring person you will run into. I mean, I'm just so too many people have told me that I'm different. I'm a different kind of person because of my kindness. But like I tell people, don't mistake my kindness for my weakness, because depending on the energy you bring to me, you're going to get that same energy back. And that's what's my saving grace with him. I was able to give that energy back to make him feel. He doesn't have feelings, but trust and believe he was feeling my energy. You're not going to come up on me like that. So he doesn't have feelings. He's a heartless bastard, but I trust him. I made him feel me. He got the same energy he was giving me. Like I said, I could turn it on and turn it off. And when my wrath, you don't want to deal with my wrath. Because, like I said, if I have to get crazy with you, my crazy it scares me sometimes.
See how she's talking. She's talking mad shit. You see how women talk mad shit, but when it comes time to cash that check that you wrote, you can't do it. It bounces, and the man ends up bouncing his fist off of your head and your body. All this mad shit. When I get upset, I'm crazy and I'm scared of myself and just talking mad shit. So, which lets you know that the man done fucking broke your finger, done choked you out, done did all kind of shit to you, but yet and still you're scared of yourself. Sounds like you're scared of the wrong fucking person. You need to be scared of him, because he's not scared of you. So all this big shit you're talking about, watch out, and I'm this and I'm that, and you're delusional. And that's what I mean when women say they think they're just as tough as men and they think they can deal with men and overpower men and this, that, and no, you talking mad shit. It sounds good. But when it comes to throwing them hands, it's you're a 57-year-old woman. What are you saying? There's where the delusion is. It got shit to do with patriarchy. Don't have nothing to do with an artificial environment. It has everything to do with your mouth.
I try not to even go there. I can go there if I have to, but because I know what my crazy will do, I don't want to do that. I scare myself sometimes.
You see that? You know what my crazy will do? No, honey. Your crazy didn't do half of what this man's crazy did. But anyway, y'all can go on over there to Princella's channel and check it out if y'all want to, because this sounds like a bunch of bullshit to me.
So I try my best not to go there because I can take it to that level, but I choose not to.
Yeah.
I'm too old for that. I've grown up over time, so I pick and choose my battles wisely. And what I choose to do is silence them. Silence. I don't give in to the reaction. I don't stoop to their level. I did not stoop to his level.
Yeah. Well, again, thank you for sharing. I'm going to get off so other people can come on, but I definitely will be sending my good energy your way, and hopefully this will be over soon and you get through this and you'll have a testimony that will be able to help other women. And just again, thank you for coming on and sharing.
Thank you.
All right. Good night, ladies.
Good
I'll
night.
talk to you later.
Thank you.
All right.
Good
Bye.
night. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what I want to say is this, right? There is a difference between blaming yourself and taking personal accountability. Unknown caller.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let me finish saying what I'm saying, caller. Okay, there's a difference between blaming yourself and taking personal accountability. You are never at fault for what somebody decides to do to you, right? You are not at fault for somebody doing something to you, okay? Because they already had it planned. It's their actions. You are not to blame for their actions, okay?
I just blame myself for bringing this jerk into my life. But I take accountability. But I hear what you're saying. I know where you're going.
Accountability is what you could have done different to protect yourself.
That is not what accountability is. Accountability is not what you could have done different to protect yourself. Accountability is holding yourself responsible for the role you've played in any interaction with someone that worked out well or did not work out well. So let's look up what accountability is, because that is not what accountability is. Okay. So all right, here we go. Let me share this. And I'm going to edit here with this because she just seems to make up her own definitions for things, and she just changes things around to suit what she's saying versus using the truth. Like if you're not standing on the truth, then you're not standing on shit. You're just standing on a pack of lies. And this is what she's standing on, a pack of lies. And this is why I can do the videos that I do, because I see through her bullshit, because she's not standing on the truth. She's standing on what sounds good and what's going to get her paid. So here we go. Accountability is an assurance that an individual or organization is evaluated on its performance or behavior related to something for which it is responsible, right? The term is related to responsibility, but is regarded more from the perspective of oversight, right? So accountability is not something that can be given or assigned to a person. Instead, it is something that you must take on yourself. It is the ability to claim your actions as your own. Let's go into that, right? It ain't got shit to do with thinking about what you could have done differently. No. Accountability. Where do we go? Where do we find that? Accountability is not to be confused with blame, nor should it be used interchangeably with responsibility. Accountability is not something that can be given or assigned to a person. Instead, it is something that you must take on yourself. It is the ability to claim your actions as your own and discuss your reasons behind them, right? So, taking accountability has nothing to do with what you could have done differently. It has everything to do with why you didn't do something differently. Accountability, the fact or condition of being accountable, responsibility, not what you could have done differently, taking responsibility for what you did. Okay, let's go to Cambridge Dictionary. Accountability, the fact of being responsible for what you do and able to give a satisfactory reason for it or the degree to which this happens. Ain't got shit to do with what you could have done differently. It is being responsible for what you do and able to give a satisfactory reason for it. It means owning up to your part in a situation. It has nothing to do with what you could have done differently. No, that's called, I don't even know, I can't even give you a word for what that may reevaluating the situation to see what you could have done differently. But no, accountability is taking responsibility for your actions, what you did. Let's go to dictionary.com. Accountability. A policy of holding school, that's something to do with schools and teachers. Let's see if we, where is it? Accountability. Accountability is an obligation to explain, justify, and take responsibility for one's actions. Accountability is the state of being accountable, meaning responsible for something or obligated to answer to someone, such as a person with more authority like a boss. The word accountability is often used in the context of individuals, especially in the term personal accountability. Sorry about that, y'all. Where were we? Okay. It is also commonly used in the context of institutions or people that are responsible to the public, such as the government, its agencies, politicians, and the media. Accountability is often discussed with transparency and consequences. This typically involves keeping people and organizations accountable by making their actions visible and having consequences when those actions are not acceptable. Right? So it doesn't have anything to do with what you could have done differently. It has everything to do with what you did that caused the consequences. So like I said, she just uses all these different, she makes up her own definitions. she has defined love in her own way. She has just demonized men and blame patriarchy for all the issues that are wrong with women, and she's not taking accountability for any of her actions, right? At the end of the day, she's a fraud. She's a manipulator. She's a scammer. And I don't know what era she wants us to go back to, but I can tell you that I won't be going with her. right? To whatever era she wants to go back to. Keep moving forward. Think about the decisions that you want to make, and then think about the consequences of those decisions, right? Are the consequences good, or are they bad, or are they so so? Always have a goal in mind as far as when you're making decisions. What goal do you have in mind? Because that is going to determine what decisions you make. It sounds like this woman had a goal for being married and starting generational wealth. And she found what she thought was a perfect man to help her do that, right? She wanted to start, she knew she could make a lot of money off the trucking business, which she did. She found a person that was willing to drive those trucks, that knew about truck driving, that could help her build the wealth that she wanted to build. With her wanting so much to build this business and build this generational wealth, she failed to fact check, right? She failed to meet family and friends, which is a must, right? It's a must. She failed to do a background check on a man that she knows that drives truck. I don't know what she knew about the trucking industry, but of course these men are patronizing prostitution. So what did she think she was getting, right? She didn't take into consideration that she was a 49-year-old woman, right? She's not a maiden. She's a crone. Okay, she's a crone. And she didn't take into consideration that she had a very sexually active man that's on the road. And she was expecting him to be faithful to her. So it sounds to me like poor decision making. This man, it just kind of sounds like, of course, he had his own issues, but from what we heard from the interview, he wasn't abusive. And this demon that she described him as being throughout the relationship, he maybe had some personality disorder. He had been in prison. He was hardworking. He was working a job. He was paying his child support for the 2 kids that he had. And I guess he had to wait until the child support order came in for the other 2 kids, right? Sounds like he was taking care of his responsibilities. Sounds like he didn't put his hands on this woman until the very end, to when she tried to strip him of everything, right? So we're dealing with a man that had been through a lot in his life, and he lost 7 years of his life. And this is one of the things that a lot of women don't understand. When you're dating a man that has been in prison for a long, long time, 7 years is a long time. 3 years is a long time. 3 years and up is a long time. That is years of a man's life that is gone, that he has missed out on. His growth was stunted in society. So when they do get out of prison, they go full-fledged and they want to experience everything, all kind of women, all kind of foods, all kind of environments. They want to be free. So when you think you're going to tie one of these men down, think again. Think again. They've missed out, and they want to get that back. So it is up to us ladies, because these men, they're going to be men. They're going to tell us things. They're not going to tell us things. But as a woman, as a vulnerable person in society, we have to do our own due diligence to figure out what type of man are we dealing with. We're putting our hands in a lion's mouth, and we don't even know whether he gonna chomp it off or whether he just gonna lick it or suck on it. We don't even know. But we have to research. Got to do your research. Got to do your background checks. You got to slow down. And you have to live in reality, in your reality. Everybody's reality is different. And in living in her reality would have been, I'm a 49-year-old woman with some grown kids. I'm not the desire of society. So why does this man want to be with me again? I'm on Plenty of Fish, a hoe site. I ain't even researched the damn site I'm on. I'm just on it. Before I even buy a product that I've never heard of, before I go research it on YouTube and they tell me all about the damn product on YouTube, I'm not buying that shit. It's information out there on every single thing in this entire world. There is no excuse. And patriarchy is not the culprit. And with that being said, thank you guys for listening. And have a great night. And feel free to leave your comments in the comment sections. Share, use the video, make your own commentary, do whatever it is you need to do. I support you. Anyway, I will see you guys next time.